Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the International Forum on New Frontiers in Design Research. Here are some kind reminders for you. This event will be conducted entirely in English. Simultaneous interpretation service will be provided. Please bring a photo ID to the right side of the registration desk in exchange for the headset. Inside the venue, there are AI-guided tours and interactive photo opportunities. Feel free to experience these features by clicking at the entrance. Additionally, there is an interactive sticker wall featuring the 10 topics of Taiwan Design Week. You're welcome to collect stickers at the registration desk and place them on the entrance wall to highlight the topics that concern you the most. Also, please kindly ensure that your mobile phones are switched to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation. We hope you have a wonderful and enriching experience at today's forum. Our event will begin soon, so please stay tuned. Thank you.各位贵宾，大家早安。我们今天的论坛采全英文进行。如果你有需要口译设备的话，请带着你的有效身份证件至场外，我们来换取口译耳机。再次感谢你的莅临，谢谢。Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to our forum. Our event will commence in 5 minutes, and here is a kind reminder for you. This event will be conducted entirely in English, and simultaneous interpretation service will be provided. Please bring a photo ID to the right side of the registration desk in exchange for the headset. Our event will begin soon, so thank you for your cooperation, and remember to switch your phone to silent. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Our event will commence in 1 minute. Please take your seats. Also, please kindly ensure that your mobile phones are switched to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the International Forum on New Frontiers in Design Research, organized by the Taiwan Design Research Institute. My name is Cathy Wu, your MC for today's event. The Taiwan Design Research Institute is dedicated to enhancing the national innovation system through interdisciplinary design-driven methodologies. Our mission is to champion design-driven cross-disciplinary innovation across public sectors, industries, and society, focusing on enhancing pivotal issues such as public service innovation, sustainable economies, design technology advancement, and industry transformation and upgrade. Today's forum features 3 thematic sessions, including design for public policy innovation, human-computer interaction, and design strategies and design impacts for cities, with insights from internationally renowned scholars, followed by seminar discussions with Taiwanese scholars. At the very beginning of our event, we are honored to invite Professor Zhang Ji-Yi, Dean of the TDRI, to provide an opening statement for today's forum. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a warm welcome.
Hello, 大家早安，大家好。我是台湾设计研究院张基。在当今充满挑战的机遇的时代，设计扮演了十分关键的角色。我们相信设计可以改变台湾。台湾设计研究院过去几年透过设计导入的方法，我们推动了许多专案，包括公共创新，包括社会创新，那包括企业创新。那每一年台湾设计研究院也做了很多的人才产业的调查，那以及前瞻趋势的政策的研究，跟永续设计导入企业。那今年我们也到了英国，到了意大利，到了美国，去拜访不同的学员单位，来分享台湾的研究的发展。那非常高兴，也邀请了这些学者今天来到台湾。那今年我们在 World Design Organization 世界设计的大会里面发表了城市设计指标，那也获得了高度的肯定。那我们持续会透过学术的研究跟交流的实践，来探索前瞻性的研究的议题，那指引出台湾未来发展的方向。那透过今天的论坛，我们期待国际的专家能够共同来探讨设计在政策创新、人机互动、设计导入、城市治理这几个方向的最新的趋势。那也给我们大家有更多的启发，建构更宏观的视野，更有未来性的国家设计发展的策略。那特别我要介绍这一次来到现场的重量级的国际的学者，包括麻省理工学院媒体实验室的副主任施群仪教授，他现在正在拍照。还有远从伦敦艺术大学中央圣马丁 Lucy Kimbell。加州大学圣地亚哥分校设计实验室主任麦，他叫好。卡尔蒂夫都会大学设计研究中心副主任 Anna Witcher，Professor Anna Witcher。还有我们自己麦 ，Please wave hand 。还有我们自己研发长刘世南，还有从西班牙瓦伦西亚大学应用经济系 Pau 教授。那也欢迎各位现场的观众跟这些贵宾多互动交流。那本次的论坛不仅仅是国际间知识的交流跟分享，也连结了国内设计相关的科系。还有很多的工学会、设计师，来扩大国际学者来台的效应跟影响力。那我们也期待透过新的方式跟解决的方案，能够来共同推动社会进步的创新。那最后，让我们一起期待今天的论坛顺利成功。那我们的 mission 设计改变台湾，世界看见台湾。谢谢大家。
Thank you, Director General Zhang, for insightful remarks. Please remain on the stage for the photo call. Today is a special opportunity for us to have internationally scholars with us. Therefore, we would like to invite the experts and dignitaries attending today to join us on photo. Please proceed to the stage when your name is called upon. Welcome Professor Zhang Ji-Yi, President of the TDRI, Professor Lucy Kimbell, Professor of Contemporary Design Practices, Central St. Martin's University of Arts, London. Welcome. Next, let's welcome Professor Shuenn-Ren, Professor of the Department of Architecture, National Cheng University. Welcome. Welcome Professor Anna Witcher, Associate Director of Research and Professor of Design and Policy, PDR, Cardiff Metropolitan University. Welcome. Professor Yeh-Chin, Adjunct Professor of the Graduate School of Architecture, National Yangming Jiao Tong University, and Consultant of TDRI. Director of Foresight R&D, Angela Shi. And next, let's welcome Professor Hiroshi Ishii, Jerome B. Wisner Professor of Media Arts and Sciences and Associate Director of the MIT Media Lab. Professor Zhao Zhiyu, Dean of Social Science and Zhoming Li Professor of Psychology, Chinese University of Hong Kong. Welcome Professor Mai Thi Nguyen, Director of the Design Lab and a Professor of Urban Studies and Planning, University of California, San Diego. Welcome. Welcome Professor Pau Rausell-Koster from the Department of Applied Economy, Universidad de Valencia. And Professor Liu Shyhnan, Vice President of the Research and Development of TDRI. Dr. Michael Lin, Director of City Science Asia, Research Scientist, MIT Media Lab City Science Group. So welcome all of our distinguished guests on stage. Okay, so now please look at the camera in the front and smile. Okay, one more. Okay, one more. Okay, thank you very much for all of your cooperation. Thank you. So come closer to each other. One more photo. Okay, come closer to each other. Thank you for your cooperation. Okay, one more. No problem. Okay, thank you very much for all your cooperation. Okay, one more. Today is a very special opportunity for us to gather here on site to take a big photo together. Thank you all for coming, for supporting us. Okay? Okay, so please return to your seats. And now we would like to invite all of our distinguished guests here today to join our big group photo. So our photographer will come up to the stage to take this photo for us. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to take off your facial mask and show your brightest smile for our photo shoot. Okay, so please look at the camera in the front on the stage. Okay, 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, one more. Okay, now give us a thumbs up for the photo shoot, please. Thank you. Thumbs up. Okay, smile and thumbs up. Okay, thank you very much for all of your cooperation. Thank you. Now we will officially commence our event for today. Our first topic is Design for Public Policy Innovation through Co-Creation and Futures Thinking, in which we will delve into how service design and design strategies can exert their influence in public policy and what the future of design practice might entail. Before we welcome our keynote speaker, let's first welcome our moderator for this session, Professor Shuenn-Ren, Professor of the Department of the Architecture at National Cheng University, to the stage to deliver the introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a warm welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Shuenn-Ren Liu from the Department of Architecture, National Cheng University. It's really my great pleasure and honor to be the moderator for this keynote speech. And it's very interesting because if you have witnessed in the past decade, many cities such as Taipei, 新竹、台中、嘉義、台南, and Kaohsiung, has competed and hosted many design expos with support of TDRI to increase the visibility of the city, also the public awareness of urban aesthetics. In addition to that, it's also very important to note that the concept of design thinking and service design have been introduced and also applied to many public projects and community building. In such cases, we have seen not only our government, but also scholars, professors, practitioners, and so on and so forth, get engaged in such projects. So it's very important to increase such kind of awareness for our general public and also our professionals, practitioners, and government staff all together to enhance our city's governance. With this as a background, I'm very grateful and also very glad to welcome Professor Lucy Kimbell to join this international forum on the relevant issues as pointed out in this international forum to share her experiences, insights on the relevant issues from United Kingdom. And Professor Lucy Kimbell, as you maybe have already noted, is currently Professor of Contemporary Design Practices from Central St. Martin, University of the Arts, London. Her expertise actually can be summed up to like design for policy, design for service, and design for social innovation. And we are very glad to have Professor Lucy Kimbell. She will address the issue on the design innovation policy for through co-creation and future thinkings. So let's welcome Professor Lucy Kimbell.
Hello. Hello. Thank you, Professor Liu, for that introduction, and thank you very much for TDRI for welcoming me and other international guests and putting on a wonderful visit, including attending the Golden Pin Awards last night and the opening of the first Taiwan Design Week. I am going to, ooh, there was some strange feedback. Okay. Just there was some feedback. I don't know why. Okay. So I am going to share some perspectives. Oh. Okay. I'm not. I thought I was. Sorry. Little technical thing. I may have slightly different slides to the ones I thought. I thought we were using a PDF. Okay. Never mind. So I'm going to, in this talk, give you a quick overview from the perspective I have as somebody working in the UK and Europe of the landscape of design research oriented to public policy innovation. So it's particular to the opportunities I've had to see things in connection, and I hope will be of some relevance to you in Taiwan and within the region. But many of my examples are going to be from the UK. I'm going to share some key concepts and some examples. And then, oh, this is a different version of the slides. I was not, okay, never mind. Okay, and then I'm going to talk about building design capabilities in government, mostly talking on from some recent experience in the UK context. But let me start, because I know we have an audience of varied people. So there might be people in the audience who are from industrial design background or spatial design, so not service design, not digital design, who might be wondering, okay, what has this got to do with me? The things that I do in spatial design or product or industrial design are really not relevant to government, except that government maybe promotes some industries or regulates some industries or sectors. And I hope by the end of this talk that you will begin to see that public sector innovation or government innovation requires all the capacities of design to help us collectively anticipate and prepare for the complexities and uncertainties of the world we live in, including urgent climate change. And if you are somebody from the civil service, if you're somebody working in central government or city or regional government, you might also think, design, what's that really got to do with the work I do? You might think that policy making requires very specific kinds of statistical evidence, quantitative evidence, and that the kinds of things I'm going to share are not relevant, although I do know that you have a very active digital government and co-creation as part of the work in Taiwan. But you might think, what's this really got to do with me? So I hope to show that there is some interesting examples and potentially one of the frontiers of design research is in this space of public sector innovation and government innovation. So let me just start with an overview of this expanding landscape of design research that I see from my situated position in the UK in Europe. There are now many, many quite large-scale funded projects, often funded by the European Commission, the European Union's research infrastructures, as well as by national governments, which make very active use of the capacities of design to do a kind of R&D that is both generative of new concepts, but as well as generative of new insights and new understandings. As this is one example, a project called Creatures, which was looking at creative approaches to address the uncertainties to do with sustainable futures. There's also in Europe a growing institutionalization of design into the fabric and the infrastructures of the European Commission itself. One of the ways of organizing this is called the New European Bauhaus, which is creating all sorts of opportunities for new projects, new funding, as well as dialogues and learning to address some of the challenges that Europe is facing. And in the UK, there has recently been the largest investment in design research with the announcement of 4 large projects earlier this year, created in collaboration through our Arts and Humanities Research Council and the Design Museum, called the Future Observatory, which are all looking at different ways of using quite practical design research to address climate transitions. Our National Design Council in the UK is also taking a strong stance towards design for people and planet. So instead of user-centered design, human-centered design, which focuses on the human, to think move towards a more relational design, which looks at the whole ecologies that we live in and rely on for life on the planet. And they developed, and I was involved in this framework as a way of capturing the different kinds of value that design produces. So in previous years, the UK Design Council focused on a design economy, trying to understand and assess the contribution of design and designers to the economy. Now they are going through a large-scale research project to understand, in addition to the economic contributions, the social, environmental and democratic contributions of design. So this is very much a work in progress and a direction of travel to think holistically about the contributions of design, professional design practice and designers. And another example in the UK, and again I know you have a quite active digital design expertise in the Taiwan government, but the UK government's Government Design Service introduced these principles in 2012, which was pretty radical in 2012. If you look at this list here of these principles, it says start with user needs, do less, design with data, do the hard work to make it simple, iterate, then iterate again. This is for everyone, understand context, build digital services, not websites, be consistent, not uniform, make things open, it make things better. So if you are familiar with agile software development, service design, many of that language is, in a sense, it's not original, the language and the thinking. What is original is that the government in 2012 put this at the center of the national strategy and capability for design in the UK government digital services. So that was the landscape where we're seeing an increased institutionalization of design capabilities and research, and then an anticipation that these capabilities will lead to policy innovation and positive societal change, and alongside that, demands for an evidence base that if you invest in these design capabilities, you can demonstrate the outcomes. And also with recognizing the generative capacities of design, the idea that you can go beyond current framings. So I'm going to just summarize a couple of concepts which I know some of you are familiar with, but I think some of you are less familiar with, so I'm just going to summarize them, and then I'm going to move on to some examples. So the first is co-creation. For those of you who do research, academic research, you may be familiar with this framework by Sanders and Stappers, which was a way of trying to put together the relationships between different forms of design. Design is not one thing, it's not one kind of practice. It has different traditions and you could say genealogies. And so co-creation isn't one thing, it has different ways of engaging with people. And in some of the examples I have had access to, this is, for example, bringing in people, in this case young people, into government. This is a photo from the work of a policy lab in the UK, which I will talk more about in a moment. But a workshop to do with youth policy, where they actually brought in young people. And you can see on the table, this is a very constructive, making-based way of involving people. Not just asking them questions, but getting them to make things. And another activity by Policy Lab also in its early days. These are civil servants, right? So I don't know if civil servants in Taiwan do this, but and they don't commonly do it in the UK government either. But this was a way of helping civil servants to think through the making of policy. So it is not just reliant on words, but actually the modelling of ideas. The making of policy as a constructive, iterative process, and through small exercises like this, helping them challenge their assumptions about their own professional practices. And another example of co-creation is bringing stakeholders together from across a policy domain. This was a workshop which brought together civil society, judges, different kinds of policy specialists to do with the topic at hand. So the bringing together of experts and people who are expert in their lived experience, for example, civil society groups or advocates of people affected by a domain. So these are just some examples of co-creation which has already been practiced for some time in the UK government through these kinds of events. The second concept I want to introduce you is a particular form of futuring called experiential future. So you're probably very familiar with things like this, scenarios, which is one form of doing foresight or futures work. Very typically, you have a process of identifying key uncertainties about the future, and then select a couple of axes. And in this case, this is from a European project about sustainable futures and consumption and production. You see here they have two axes. So here there's an axis about the social dynamics, whether it's more towards individualistic or collective aspects, and whether the driving sector for sustainability is the public sector versus the private sector. And so very commonly in this methodology, you select these two axes which are most uncertain and most impactful, and then you develop scenarios in each of these areas, which then have a whole sort of story and narrative about what that might be like. So this is just obviously the image. There is a huge amount of text and analysis that goes alongside it. But alongside this kind of scenario planning, there is an increasing use of design in different ways to make the future experience in a way that can be experienced and graspable. So this project, very briefly, by the EU policy labs, one I supported and worked on, which combined future scenarios of the type I just showed you with working with design schools in 6 countries in Europe to develop speculative design approaches to anticipate what the future of government might be like. So the EU Policy Lab team developed the 4 scenarios similar to the method I showed you just earlier about the future of democracy with a particular attention paid to digitalization. And this is before we all heard of ChatGPT and talked endlessly about AI. And then alongside it, as I mentioned, they engaged with 6 design schools and set a brief for students. And this is just one of the many things that were made by students. This is an imaginary, so this is a fictional letter from one of those scenarios where the students, and this is actually at my own university, University of the Arts London, the students imagined a future where instead of a tax bill every year based on the money you earn, which is how it works in the UK, this was a tax bill based on your risk to the government, the things that you are doing and what you might cost to the government in the future based on a number of metrics. And you get this bill monthly. Now, here is obviously a paper version, probably as here in Taiwan as well as in the UK, it's now, your tax is digital. But what this does is bring to life what that thing might be like for you as a citizen. So experiential futures takes an idea, in this case, from a scenario and really thinks through what would it be like for here, in this case, the citizen, to experience that future. What sort of products or services or interfaces might they interact with government? And this is the move that experiential futures makes. So the third thing I wanted to introduce today comes from some recent work I've done with another design colleague and 2 political scientists. My colleague and I from design have been interested in this space of design in government and policy design, and the 2 political scientists have been interested in design coming from political theory and studies of the policy process. So we did a study, and let's see which, okay, good. So we came up with conclusions in a report that was published recently, and I'll show you the link in a moment. And we concluded that rather than talking generally about design in government, we should talk more specifically and recognize there are different kinds of relations between design and policy making. And the first relation we saw was that design could be a tool for policy making. And you can see this, for example, in the use of toolkits, the use of building digital, good, better design, digital design services, and so on. A second example or kind of relation of design in policy making is that design is a practice of, typo, this is my mistake. It should be say improvising. I'm sorry, it should say improvising, not improving. So design is a practice of improvising in policy making, recognizing that policy making isn't actually a linear policy cycle. It is, there's different ways of conceptualizing it, but actually one way is muddling through and recognizing the iterative qualities of design practice can help with that. And then a third relation between design and policy making is design regenerating policy making, perhaps challenging assumptions, challenging ways of working, challenging methodologies, and also challenging the politics. So we concluded there were these 3 different types of relations, and there is the report there. and I'm just going to show you a table from the report, which I hope you might go look at in more detail. But if we take forward some of those 3 different relationships here, so those are the 3 different relationships I mentioned. The purpose of design is actually, we think, slightly different in them. The nature and scope of policy making is slightly different, and the terms on which design and policy interact is different. And I don't have time to go through all of this, but basically we're making the case that instead of a sort of simplified design is useful for government, design is useful for public policy making, drawing on the traditions of scholarship in political science from our co-authors and from myself and my other colleague involved in design, we reckon there are several different types, or specifically 3. And these are heuristics, though. This is not a theory. This is heuristics that we plan to take further. So, having introduced those things, let me just check the time. Good. I've got 3 quick examples, and then I'm going to end with some kind of considerations about building these capabilities. So the first example is from a team called Policy Lab in the UK, founded in April 2014, so nearly 10 years old. So you're probably familiar with Mind Lab. That is a very well-known team in the Danish government that closed in about 2018. There are now numerous such policy labs using design approaches, and there is a new and growing area of scholarship about policy labs, some of which use methods such as data science, behavioral insights, but many of which also use design approaches. So not for the design of services, although that also happens, but actually for the making of policy. And that can include digital, which of course you already have, through some work in Taiwan, through engaging citizens in policy discussions. I'm going to show you how some of those other things are happening in the UK. So Policy Lab have a blog where you can find out more about their work. And I had a fellowship working with them in that first year when they were only sort of 2.5 people in the team, and it was a very early stage, and they did not really yet have legitimacy. Now they are around 17 people, and not only is there one policy lab in central government in the UK, there's actually many, many labs and many teams across the whole of government, and a community of about 750 people across central government, local government, and a community that brings together that I'm going to talk about a bit later. And things like this, a policy sprint, right? So bringing together different officials from different departments, in this case, the Department of Health and the Department of Work and Pensions, including analysts, including policymakers, to apply the kind of iterative sprint process familiar to anyone from design or agile software to the making of policy so changing the way it was done. And this has now been, much more built on. Policy Lab, that particular team, because there are many policy labs now in UK government, is really on the frontier of using all sorts of different methods. They recently published, in 2022, some information about the different types of methods they are experimenting with, which are not just design methods. But for example, one of the things they have done is using speculative design or futures methods, again, to make present what, make experienceable, graspable what future policy directions might be. They also, more recently, have started looking at the systemic aspects, so systemic design. And one of the things they've done recently is produce this sort of game which allows people who are from across the policy ecosystem related to a topic to understand how the system might be at present and how that might be changes, rather than having a more linear interpretation of the policy cycle. So what we see in the UK is increased institutionalization of design in the UK government and ecosystem. So I mean agencies, civil society organizations, businesses with these capabilities, with this emphasis on co-creation and futures. direct involvement of that on policy processes and outcomes, but also growing demands for an evidence base that, what is this investment, what do these activities lead to, and hence an academic research field emerging too. My second example comes from a specific case, a policy case in a very contested area. Let me just take the time. In the UK, immigration is very, very political, as in many countries. And there are a large number of people who every year receive a decision that if they apply to be a refugee to get asylum in the UK, they are not given permission to stay. And then they have to leave the country. They have the right to appeal, though, and they have something like 2 weeks to do it. However, imagine the situation that you have come to the UK, your English is probably not very good, you are not digitally literate, you are most likely without financial resources, you may not be familiar with all of the systems of the UK government. In fact, it's highly likely you're not. So you may not be able, you sort of don't have a lot of agency in your right to take up the legal right that is there to appeal the decision. So this is a very contested area of policy where a service design process has been very successfully applied. And this is an example of some of the materials produced, and all of these images come from a YouTube video produced by the agency, Yeh-Chin, that did this work, and won a Service Design Network Award for this work. So they did extensive work doing interviews with the people who were in this situation, so people who are appealing the decision that they cannot stay in the UK, that they haven't got asylum, so supporting those people who have this narrow window to make an appeal. And the team, as an external agency working closely with the Ministry of Justice and the Tribunal Service as the clients, so working across government, used this this process that is widely used now across the UK government. And as you can see, it's extremely sort of simplistic version of the design process, a discovery phase of research, an alpha prototyping, beta prototyping, and then going live. And this actually comes from the Ministry of Justice's own version of this service. And this is in the this example of this immigration. This is a sort of another sort of version of how they actually did the specific interviews and prototyping and so on with different aspects of this very complex and very contested system. And they did things like this, so mapping out the journey, the experiences of the people who are making these appeals. They did things like this, bringing together different parts of government, including, as you see here, again, this is all from the video produced by Yeh-Chin, the agency. So judges, solicitors, that's lawyers, and policymakers who all went through this process of understanding the current system and where the blockages were and where the problems were, and then led to a very successful redesign that not just won an award, but actually had a massive impact on reducing the inefficiencies for the UK government, as well as increasing improving the experience and the possibilities for the people who are making these appeals. Wrong thing here. So what this led to was this successful redesign by bringing the actors together across the court system, the judges, the tribunals, the policymakers, the civil society groups representing the refugees or the people appealing and some of those people themselves. A focus on the experience of the peoples, and then this iterative development process. And some of the comments from these of the people who are involved in this say this is highly applicable as a process to other very political situations. So my third example, also from the UK, takes a slightly different focus, which is in local policy. And this is a project by my colleague, Dr. Lara Salinas at London College of Communication, University of the Arts, London. And the focus that she took was on local policy making. So working with one of the London boroughs, the London Borough of Southwark. And the way they, Lara and colleagues, conceptualized it is to say was like, well, there's sort of visions and level, there's sort of high-level visions. Then there's offices, which is at the local government level, and then the frontline staff, what actually the services are. And what they did in this quite small experimental project, but very effective, was have design students work with residents in this neighborhood to think about sustainability and talk about what was important to them and imagine futures, and then also working with officers using futures backcasting technique to say, if we want to get to net zero in this area of London, in this borough, across all our services and across all the aspects of the local environment, what do we need to be doing now? And then the other thing they did was have local residents, for example, here, proposing what the new service is. So this is kind of classic co-creation. So this is a photo of the person proposing a service. And then here, this image here is a mock-up from the Gov UK. So this is not real. This is a kind of fictionalization of what that person's idea was. Well, if it was real and it was on the government website, what would actually be said? So it's a kind of prototyping, fictional prototyping of possible future services. Again, making things look real and graspable, and engaging people in that. So where the colleagues got to was to say, well, they were doing this world building, looking at preferable futures. What's the future we want as communities? And then, so rather than saying they were designing services down here, those activities with the citizens and also with the local government officers in this imagining future worlds actually was up here in the policy, because it's not just down here designing the service, it's actually thinking through the fundamentals about what local government should or could be doing. And that project, just as a reminder, included design students from our university in working with local evidence. So takeaway from this is that this methodology of exploring futures through this kind of applied critical service design approach was very effective in working across the ecosystem and bringing people together, and led to the informing, allowed the different officers of the council to come together and look holistically at this issue of sustainable futures. So those were just some examples of how those elements I introduced, co-creation and experiential futures, are being used at the present in the UK central and local government in different ways, initiated by different types of actor, in some case universities and students. So what are the challenges of institutionalizing design in government? Well, one is building capability. So capability might look like this. The OECD has this thing called the Observatory for Public Sector Innovation. So they have a toolkit of toolkits. You can go and find there many different toolkits for strategic design, policy design, digital design, and so on. So it's a gathering together. Yes, it's the OECD, so therefore the rich countries, but they are working with some of those members of their organization and making public this kind of resource to enable building of capability. Another way of thinking of building capability is here, for example, the UK government, which has now developed what's called a profession, so the digital and data profession, which includes design, right? It's not in the label here, but actually if you look at all the jobs, there is a whole load of jobs inside the UK government. So this is the building of capability by having actual job descriptions and roles and processes that are now sort of built into government. And capability building also looks like this. I was in Dubai earlier this week at the Dubai Future Forum, and was able to sit in on this. So UNICEF has a strategic foresight division, and one of the things they do is have these youth fellows from around the world, different countries, Nigeria, Germany, Honduras, Korea, Egypt, and so on, who are incredibly visionary young people who are fellows in doing foresight. So this is building capability in two ways. It's building this foresight capability across the world by supporting these young people. So building capability in these young people as well as in the actual foresight methodology. Another aspect of institutionalizing design is building this evidence base, and so at the moment I'm supporting the UK government's policy design community. I mentioned there's about 750 people across the UK ecosystem, including all of the policy labs which now are across the UK government. And they are doing a review of public design in the UK using mixed methods to produce this analysis at large scale for the first time. And the results of that will be available on this website on, I think, the 1st of March. And then another aspect of building, institutionalizing design and this evidence base is actually thinking what in academia we can do. So what might a pipeline of researchers look like? Well, let me do a little advert here for a new doctoral network that I'm part of, which is offering 13 jobs in European universities, open to anybody from anywhere in the world, assuming you meet the criteria, for some jobs to do doctoral research in these topics of sustainable transitions through democratic design. So this is, in a way, contributing to the evidence base of the future and also the capability, but doing it in a way that doctoral research does. And I invite anyone to share in your networks these amazing 13 jobs that we have. So, to conclude, what's this got to do with me? I started by saying, well, if you're in industrial design or spatial design or a civil servant, you might think this isn't really to do with me. And I hope these brief examples, even though they're from the other side of the world, in particular economic and political context, nonetheless are relevant. You have co-creation, you have futures here, you have digital government, but is there a way of actually doing politics differently? And let me see if, yes, so I was going to end with just to say, this, I think it's clear that some of those examples are highly political. The most interesting research in this space of design, I think, is saying doing this kind of design work isn't just a smooth path to innovation. What's interesting about it, it's not just that there's a smooth story of design enabling innovation. It's a more messy story where the design approaches like co-creation, that's my phone telling me to stop. So it's not just a smooth story, it's a more messy story, right? Where co-creation and experiential futures are making politics graspable. It's working across the system at work, and it's necessarily going to bring conflict, deal with conflicts and bring conflicts to light. But I hope that these examples show that this is a very exciting frontier of design research in practice, and I look forward to discussing it with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lucy. Thank you, Professor Lucy Kimbell, for your insightful presentation. Please return to your seat. Thank you. We appreciate your contribution, and I'm sure everyone found your talk fascinating. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the Q&A section, where we encourage you to scan the QR code on the screen to enter Slido and submit any questions you may have for Professor Kimbell. Welcome to seize this opportunity to ask questions by scanning the QR code on the screen to enter Slido and submit your questions. And now, let's once again extend a warm welcome to our moderator for the session, Professor Shuenn-Ren, Professor of the Department of Architecture at National Cheng University, and Professor Lucy Kimbell, Professor of Contemporary Design Practices at Central St. Martin's University of the Arts, London. Welcome. And now let's hand the floor to our moderator.
First of all, I'd like to address my appreciation for the lecture. It's really in the frontier. Also very good for the Taiwanese audience, because in combination of co-creation and future thinking, I think it's a very smart strategy to cover the very difficult issues in our city's development. In design circle, we always we have a saying that to predict the best way to predict the future is to create. Meaning that we have to get everybody hands-on, also get all the stakeholders involved in order to move on for the future. We should not get stuck by the past. So this kind of a combination with co-creation using design thinking method and using the future thinking as a drive, I think cover many difficult issues to move people forward, include all the cross-disciplinary collaboration. So my first question would be the following, because the issue is very complicated, particularly for the future thinking on sustainability and circularity. Would it be also be more strategic in your past experience to deal with different scales, different complexity of the problem? Can you address a little bit more on this issue? Because depending on different communities and for the different skills of urban development, also because of the public policy making is often very abstract and also unphysical. So I think the definition of the problem and the scale of the problem constitute a very important beginning. So can you address a little bit more on this issue?
Yeah, I will do my best. So I think one of the interesting areas in design research at the moment is integrating theories of transitions, transition studies, which is looking at different sort of societal scales. And I think there's an opportunity to bring that into relation to this, right? Central government is one kind of scale, local government, and then somebody's life where they experience, you know, a message from government or something on the street they don't like or they do like. And most of us are not aware of these things, so I think design can make these present and also make new connections between the scales. So I think there's, and I'm not saying something original here, I think there's, you know, there's interesting research in this space and the potential to sort of move this on a bit more.
I'd like to also call for more questions from our audience. Is anyone who is interested in posing questions? Yes, please, Professor.
I couldn't figure out how to post the slide, and also I can't take my name, so let me talk directly. I really appreciate about all the effort of the UK government. Also, UK has some amazing design schools, which I really admire, towards the goal of sustainable future. Also, user-centered design. My question is simply, sustainable future or user-centered design is still correct goal or vision or already obsolete? Simply because world is not sustainable. We know it. But the saying sustainable, you feel good. It's a bit like an echo chamber. Also, user-centered design was dogma in HCI for past many, many years. But now people realize, oh, that's not correct. How about the extinction of the species, biodiversity, and also nature, pollution?
Yeah.
So user-centered is a bit egocentric. Also, emergent of AI. We can live without delegate certain responsibility to the machine. In that era, keep saying user-centered design or human-centered design or sustainable future, which sounds nice 30 years ago, but it could be a bit dangerous to lead in the future. That's honestly, I'm really struggling to come make more better sense of the emergency. If we are serious, we can't get out from an echo chamber. That's my question, plus comments.
Yeah. Yeah, so I agree with you. The climate emergency puts the urgency of that and also social justice issues, put some of this into challenge. What I would say is, if you remember the framework I showed you from the report by my colleagues and I, we had 3 different relations with policy making, design and policy making. And the last one is the one where design practices, and not just these practices, but whatever are the design practices, many things, is challenging policy making. So we use the word regenerating partly because some of the civil servants, we actually previously said unsettling, challenging. The civil servants said, oh, we're uncomfortable with these words. So we changed it to regenerating, right, which is already an accommodation. But we think that design practices can do some of the challenging. So it is, I think I was making the case this isn't just human-centered design. This is a more relational way of understanding things that is, understanding, let's say, socio-technical systems or relationality, and also over time and commitment to future generations. So that may not have come out as much as you would have liked, but I think it's there. This isn't just human-centered design.
My belief is it's not the third stage, but from the beginning, what is the goal? How do you name it? Really make us blind or narrow-sighted or open the door. For example, a lot of people talk about ethical AI. How many people have ethical AI? AI should be ethical. Dilemma is fundamentally human is not necessarily ethical. Also, so many problems happens. How human can make ethical AI? That's kind of like a joke almost. So fundamentally, sustainable future also the dilemma because we are now getting worse. Most of the 70s SDGI goal is not failing, for example. So facing reality, how to bring the urgency? Also, human user centers really neglect much more important dynamic things happening in Silicon Valley or everywhere. So I think it's a good time to rephrase the goal, purpose, vision, rather than following about the method or framework. That's my suggestion.
So I agree with you about the urgency. The UK government, I mean, I don't work for them, right? And I hope we're going to change them next year when we have elections, right? But for any of us in a democratic situation, right, there is the government, that, we have these processes that have led to some people being elected in, and they are the ones that are making policy and responsible for running the services. What I think the potential is that these local, small-scale niches where things are happening have the potential to change some of the narratives. And I personally try to be hopeful about some of these possibilities rather than saying we're all doomed.
Thank you very much.
Okay, please, Professor Liu.
I'm lucky that to have the Lucy's talk twice. The main reason I, invited her to join this forum is, I recognize that lot of very good experience, in UK. So, allow me to ask that because I'm thinking how we can learn from you and apply in the Taiwanese context. Okay, and I try to structure the insight from your talk. There are at least 3 dimensions for the co-creation and the future experience. I mean that institutionalization, the design for the policy. The first will be the top-down wise. I mean the policy maker, they may have some policy, but how to use the design thinking, where communicate the citizens, I mean that the public, the crowd will be influenced by the policy. Okay, so I would say the transdisciplinary collaboration something. The other, actually, we have opportunity to visit UK, a design policy lab. And many staff, they say that the most challenge is the interdisciplinary collaboration. I mean that, integrate among different departments. So that's my second dimension. One is the vertical, one is horizontal, right? And the third dimension is now and future. Because, TDRI engage a lot of projects about the future scenario formation. And the future scenario is quite a challenge because, you integrate a lot of the impact, economically, culturally, and something. So, organization is quite, inertial that to work and to influence. So my question is how you, what's your experience or what the challenge or what are your strategy that to institutionalization, among these three dimensions?
Okay, that's an enormous question. So I think institutionalization, I gave some examples or some of the challenges and some other responses, right? And I know there's lots of toolkits. Your TDRI colleagues told me yesterday that there's a whole load of, design thinking type toolkits and work that you're doing already with Taiwanese government. But for example, we had attended, thanks to your kind hospitality, the Golden Pin Awards yesterday, right? There wasn't a category for public design. There wasn't a category for service design. There wasn't a distinctive category. I know sustainability was underneath it, but you could have the most radicals, so you could change some of the categories, which then puts on the landscape for those who are submitting. These are the things to pay attention to so that they win awards. So I think institutionalization happens in lots of spaces. It's not just in governments or in regional, governments or cross-government entities like OECD. It's not just in toolkits. It's in all of these elements to create systemic changes. So any of us, I don't work in government. I am, just in a university. But what can you do where you have some power? And I think TDRI, because of its huge range of work, is a very important actor in the Taiwanese system because of the range of people you're working with. So with your leadership, you could actually support them by making the case and then supporting them to develop capabilities, them meaning government entities of different types, to move in this direction. And any of us, depending on your own politics, you do it where you can. You do the work in your community, in your job role, with your PhD students, with your students, with your clients if you're a design consultancy. So we all have a responsibility to support the transition to sustainable futures by working where we can.
I would like to follow Professor Liu's question on this issue because in your presentation, it's very exciting to see how the research, particularly PhD research, can combine with this kind of policy-making contribution. And in Taiwan, the gap between the academic research and the real practical governance is quite big. And as also one of the professors in academia in your role, what would you see, particularly in the possible development of urban setting? How can we implement those great ideas and theoretical work with the future urban development? In Taiwan, it's actually, it's also lucky we have TDRI with so many researchers and people working together to bridge the gap between our universities and the government.
Yeah.
And from the local to the central government to the local government and so on and so forth. Can you give us some of the examples or your experience to maybe give us some suggestions for the future development in this issue?
So I showed you my colleague's project, Lara Salinas from London College of Communication, working with a London borough, London council, local government. That's based on many years of work, ongoing, nearly every year. They go to the local government and they say, we have our design students, can we do a small project with you? It doesn't cost them any money, but we will bring some expertise. So the council has to invest its time. The students get a learning outcome as well as a feeling of doing something useful for society. And for Lara, she gets to write about it as a research. So I think, again, like any of us, that many of our colleagues just have their students and their teaching, but they use that to do some of this, to build some of that infrastructure, relational infrastructure with local government. So I think there's lots of potential to use students because they have energy. They are, obviously you have the TDRI researchers, but actually students And then we specifically created this Marie Curie-funded doctoral network to bridge that gap. So it is cross-disciplinary. We have political science researchers in it, as well as design researchers. And many of my projects are now trying to really do cross-disciplinary work. So, I think it's years of commitment, isn't it? It's years of commitment.
Yes, of
but what there is lots of promising examples, like, for example, in public policy conferences now, the main public policy conferences that I'm familiar with now all have a special interest group and tracks at conferences to do with policy design and design. So from political science, they're interested. From design, we're already interested. So I think there's all sorts of fora where these experiments can be done, done with students or PhD students, and then these academic fora for, more analysing and theorising what these things are going on. So it is quite an exciting time. It's not necessarily fast enough, given the immense climate and social justice challenges, but again, I hope by sharing some of those with you, it might be some inspiration and potential for collaboration in the future.
Yep. I think starting with the university education, call for young people's participation, and in the future, they can also be the professionals, practitioners, or even to become civil servants. So we are cultivate the new talents for the future as well. So I think time is up, and we have to close this section. And we are very lucky and also grateful for your wonderful presentation, providing a very good theoretical framework, also many detailed principles, along with some good examples. So we can start from this to rethink within Taiwan's cultural context, how we can move on based on those references. And again, thank for Professor Lucy Kimbell's contribution, and thank you for your good questions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you both for your excellent insights. We kindly ask our professors to take a step forward, and we're going to take a photo together. Okay, so please look at the camera in the front and give us a thumbs up. Okay, beautiful, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, one more. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a 15-minute intermission. Our forum will resume promptly at 10:45. Please be back before then. Thank you for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, our event will commence in 1 minute. Please take your seats. Also, please kindly ensure that your mobile phones are switched to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.各位贵宾，这边提醒大家，出入的时候请帮我们别带您的识别证，方便出入。谢谢您，谢谢。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our forum. During our first topic, we explored how to incorporate innovative design into public policy. We believe that everyone has gained valuable insights from the speech. And now we will proceed to our second topic, Beyond Pixels, Inventing Tangible Media for Human Expression, Communication, and Design, which we will take a closer look into the evolution of design research by driven vision. Without further ado, let's welcome our moderator for this session, Dr. Michael Lin, Director of City Science Asia and Research Scientist at MIT Media Lab City Science Group, to the stage. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. My name is Michael Lin. I'm the research scientist at MIT Media Lab, and I know Professor Hiroshi Ishii for 17 years. He was the reader for, I got 3 degrees from MIT, 2 master, 1 PhD, and Hiroshi was my reader. So today, I'm actually, as a Taiwanese, I was born in Taiwan. I go to undergrad in Taiwan. And then bringing Hiroshi to Taipei is always one of my dreams because of his vision and all the mentor and advisors that I have received at MIT. And then now, thanks to TDRI, thanks to the president, and also thanks to Yan Zhang. And then Liu Jiao. So we have this opportunity to invite Hiroshi here, so that actually makes me really excited. So what I did is actually prepare a cheat sheet. And if you don't mind, I'm gonna look at my cheat sheet just to properly introduce Professor Hiroshi Ishii. So today is my great honor to actually introduce our esteemed speaker, Professor Hiroshi Ishii. Hiroshi has many hats. He's an inventor of tangible media. He's also a visionary in the field of human-computer interaction and the driving force behind some of the most magical technological innovations in this area. And he's a director. He leads the Tangible Media Group, which is pioneering groundbreaking ideas and research that bring together both physical and the digital world, and also creating new archetype, and showing people how we can access to technology. Hiroshi is the Associate Director of Media Lab. He also runs the Media Lab. And then he co-created this Candyland, not just for the MIT community, but also for the industry partners worldwide. Many of you guys probably doesn't know that Media Lab is not just an academia research environment. It's also a place where multiple companies come to MIT, come to the States, they work together. And then at Media Lab, you'll meet people and companies with very diversified background. And they come together, they're creating some of the most amazing demo to express their idea. Demo or die, that's the Media Lab motto. And then within all this research group, the project and demos that Tangible Media Group created, they stand out for its uniqueness, its impact, and also its magic. So Hiroshi's project is not just about new tech, or Hiroshi is not just about new tech or creating new interface. It's about reimagining the human experience. It's about creating interface and materials that we can actually feel, we can touch, or we can even smell. So as we prepare to dive into this talk, let's open our mind to the possibility that lies at the intersection between arts, science, technology, and design. So please join me in giving a warm welcome to Professor Hiroshi Ishii.
Thank you very much. It's so nice to coming back to Asia because I was born in Asia. Also, I saw so many great design, Italy, US, or UK, but in Taipei airport, it's very playful, very warm, very cute. It's very distinct to like a more human flavor, which makes me very, very happy. How to represent your idea, how to communicate, how to inspire really matters. Also, how to choose a language, visual, but the most important is the fundamental message. What's the message? Is it true? Or, yeah. So I'm from the MIT Media Lab, and that is a unique place that also Dr. Michael Lin got a PhD, although he took many years. Anyway, important things, we are very much interested about how to make transdisciplinary collaboration. Does not mean artists work with designer or engineer. Everybody has to be artist, designer, scientist, engineer, also entrepreneur, having all the hats in the brain, then switching rapidly. That's only the way to make a transdisciplinary stuff. Also, disruptive innovation is something very, very difficult. But now today, tidal wave of AI sweeping away most of the design, and also HCI. Many designers may be very scared. So many graphics design. You may not be anyone needed. Also, copywriter. So fundamentally, then who is responsible for what? How to really survive? How to justify your existence as a designer? That's a fundamental ontological question. So that's the reason I asked, is human-centered design still okay or not? So my point is, I was in NTT for my life, MIT for 17 years. I was a communication design engineer. How many people know ClearBoard? Okay. This is after the World War II, but maybe somebody don't know it. So fundamentally, I was very keen about how to communicate, how to let people communicate, but also collaborate. Talking is important, but whiteboard really matters. How to use those kind of shared workspace to let people work together really matters. So this is a teamwork session I've done long ago. Also, you can see the ClearBoard. That is another variation of the system you can draw through the glass over distance. So how to integrate interpersonal communication space and also the shared drawing surface is one of the key stuff I've done 30 years ago, 1990s. So you can see the teamwork session, ClearBoard, and also this is an installation I did in the ICC in Tokyo in 2000. It looks like drafting table, I'm drawing, but you can see my partner also drawing. Most important thing, more than eye contact, I can clearly see which portion your partner is gazing at. It's a non-verbal cue. I know I'm very shy because Asian. You cannot take everything logically, but the subtle movement of gaze really matters. So how to really convey non-verbal gesture cue is a key to make communication different. But that's old work. But that's really trigger my continuation belief of the distancing. COVID-19 crisis made us so difficult. We are forced to distance. But the important thing is I can't control distance. If I meet Professor Zhang, I can always negotiate distance, appropriate interpersonal distance. But at Zoom, you have no way, no controls. Completely, we're losing controls. Also, you have to separate from a certain distance. So how to really regain the control of the distancing, something very important. That's the reason also we do some very creative stuff, which I introduce later, tangible telepresence, how to break the wall of the glass. So basically, how many people do calligraphy? Oh, good. How many do painting? Watercolor, oil. How many people have a sketchbook, sketching every day? Good, you're the designer, good, you're creators. I do. And, but the important thing is those paintbrush really matters. So my dream is to make a paintbrush, let the kids or new generation paint their dream to externalize. And also I want to make a clay to let people sculpt their dream to make tangible. So that's something important. So let me go back a little bit about the more bigger framework of digital. How many people know this guy? Nicolas Negroponte. He's the founder of MIT Media Lab, and he headhunted me in 1994. And but interesting, he said, "Don't continue anything you've done before, like a ClearBoard. It's okay, but reboot, start completely new." It's a crazy challenge for untenured professor, but he challenged me, so I started tangible from scratch. But then I started being tangible. It's a counter movement. Being digital is much better. Fax sucks. You shouldn't need the fax. Everything should be digital. But I thought being tangible something profound, important things. But the most important thing, always value system is swinging. from atoms to bits, being digital make a huge inspiration, impact. Currently, people dancing in around DX, but it's old. It's already heated in 1995. Then I tried to bring back to digital to tangible or physical, because I want to embody interaction really important, because you're analog being. But then VR, AR came, and a huge hype. And somebody said metaverse, which now I don't know where it is. But also great. I was invited last year, Puzzle X in Barcelona. They came up a point about metaverse, not the metaverse. That's exactly what we think. Matter really matters. Physical stuff augmented by digital seamlessly. So I think that's kind of future. So it's very important to think about what's the vision, what's the future, what you really believe, what you can really resonate. So we are at a seashore between many things, bits and atoms. For example, then many people really believe, let's go, do you know this is a deep sea diver? How many people are deep sea divers? Metaphorically. How many people have this one at home? Okay, anyway, don't say, but my dream is not this one. I don't want to dive in the sea. I want to stroll in the seashore. This is Sorolla, the amazing, beautiful painting, and he painted his wife and daughter enjoying, strolling in the seashore, feeling the breeze, but picking up the beautiful shells they bring back there. So also seeing each other's gaze. That's a word. I don't wear the gas mask, oxygen tank, or all the stuff to do so. So we have to have a very clear vision. What's a dream? What's the ideal, natural human-human interaction? But then I did research. So many people excited. Oh, we should go dive deeper. Then how far you can go there? Then I did a scientific study. And if you're a whale, you can stay under the water 90 minutes. But the human is only 2 minutes, unless you buy some special gadget and a battery. Then you are not hungry, or you can, anyway. So that's a kind of strange world. And of course, you can keep working about the more amazing cost-effective stuff. And then you can do all the amazing fashion design. But the important is fundamental question. Ontological questions are important. To be designer, you have to be critical thinker. You can just chasing after beautiful stuff or selling stuff. And I think this is kind of yesterday's tomorrow, because nothing new. It's already talked. Sci-fi, all the stuff. But more important things, fundamental interesting question. It's loading. Not yet loaded, but still loading, maybe. But important things. Somebody who reading this stuff said, this is much more natural interaction than this face-to-face. It's also much more seamless convergence. Then you can also synthesize the avatar, have a much better life, which I don't believe at all. Then most dangerous word, realistic and believable. Realistic means you can fake. Believable means you can mislead, misguide. I don't like ethical AI because human is not ethical. It's a contradiction. But the world is dark. You know, so many criminals. Then they can exploit it in a very, very effective way. More realistic, more believable. So it's easy to cheat than this. But there's no really way to do that. So naivety that is more natural, or this is wrong, fundamentally wrong. But even this become better life, it's very naive. So important things, you have to really ask question. Is this true? Do you really make people really believe it, or rather than just a nice word? So social metaverse doesn't make sense for me. Digital twin makes sense. If you make a machine, you know full mechanism, sensor, actuation. When this fluorescent light bulb may need maintenance, you can communicate. That's really great. Or traffic control in the city, planning, but people different. We have to really understand people. But then what I much prefer, I really like this one, aquarium. I'm sure Taiwan, you may have a beautiful aquarium, but so immersive. But still, you can really feel it. But also, I was very great experience of Frida Kahlo's immersive art exhibition. Have you seen any of this kind of stuff? Van Gogh and Klimt, many stuff. But these are amazing because they left small pieces of the photos or pieces, but they filled all the empty space using imagination. Artists, they make a very special narrative, special but also temporal. Also, like in the entrance, Frida Kahlo said when she in a deathbed, she never want to come back to this life. It's so painful, so profound. Her ending was so, but then go to the older story, it's move. So in which environment do you really move? Of course, contents matter, narrative matters, but not necessarily technology, not necessarily resolution of HMD. So anyway, I can keep talking forever, but I have good news. I have a lot of good things to talk today. Bad thing is life is short. I have only 45 minutes, so I have to condense. So I speak very fast, but you can stop it. So tangibles, let's start. And how many people use abacus? Even today to compute? Okay, nobody. I used to use abacus in elementary school, but this is very powerful tools. And because abacus physically embodied the abstract notion called digit into physical one. You can touch, feel, definitely exist, shake, musical instrument, toy train for baby, then you can scratch your back. This doesn't require user's manual written by Google, Apple, or Meta engineer. That's affordance you guys know very well. I saw all the beautiful design over there. And by the way, Professor Chang kindly introduced also Dr. Liou. You kindly showed me all the amazing artwork. It's beautiful. Its beauty comes from the body, physicality, materiality, and the meaning, not pixel. Anyway, so also it's a good idea to understand what being digital means, going to museum. Always I really enjoy in Taiwan, Seoul, London, to go to museum of scientific historical instruments. Scientific historical instrument is all the representation of the science technology idea abundant, being replaced by pixel. We lost so many things, but this is beautiful because this is orari, which is quite powerful because orari, how many people saw the orari? How many people actually grab and rotate and scored by the, I don't know, any security guides. But the important thing, once you grab the handle, you rotate, you become part of the solar system. No ambiguity about the causality chain of the movement of the planets, sun, and the winter, summer, spring, and fall. That clarity, engagement with body is missing in current digital one. It's very clear. It's decoupled. So also, you can clearly see where your teacher is looking at, where this kid is looking at. Also, you know where I'm pointing at. I'm getting closer. Your attention goes here. That's the power of physicality. By the way, Dr. Liou and Professor Zhang showed me the amazing, beautiful light sculpture. Two like circles. From distance, I thought it's eyeglass inside the foresight. But coming closer, there's three land, so maybe for alien. Anyway, it's important things. Those spatial stuff is something very important because we do cognition spatially. So let me introduce the UP. It's a fast system Dr. John Tucker did it. It's an urban planning system, many people of a city. So this shadow is digital shadow, not a computer shadow. We have a computational model, so you can clearly see how this casts a shadow. But also changing the material from bricks to the right, you can see the reflection. Also, you can see, okay, now it's a changing time of day, so that you can really see how intershadow works. So this is one of the instances called urban planning, object-oriented step. Also, Soundscape is a more 2.5D sculpting interface. You sculpt the landscape using sound clay, but then machine captures the shape, geometry in real time. Then compute and paint based on the water drainage, how much sunlight shine into slope, for example. So giving a beautiful form for the right side of brain, but also you can analyze using left side of brain. So how to really combine those combinations into one is a dream of tangible media. Tangible, physical, but also computation, also analytical. So this is one of the pieces we restored after 20 years of the invention of the Soundscape for inauguration opening of MIT Museum last year. How many people went to MIT Museum? Oh, great. Please take a look. This is the most popular piece, although many other stuff is very powerful. So let me introduce the piece. I'm very happy. So this is a bottle which contains music inside, like a perfume bottle. If you open it, that's come out. But the original reason is I want to make a present to my mom. So now you can hear the bird singing. When she wakes up, open the bottle, she knows today's fine weather, but she may stay in bed a few more hours. But she passed away in 1998, so I designed this as a tribute to my mom. We love painting. How many people still painting? Good. How many have amazing kids who love painting? Then send to MIT or Harvard. Okay, so let me show the IO brush, which really shows the example. How many people saw this IO brush? No? So when you see the world, you're inspired by beautiful color leaves, but then how you express this amazing impression using this as a paintbrush ink, that is one of the goals. But so using digital technology, you can do more than analog ink. So you can see teddy bear, from which color came from. Where this ink came from matters in a sustainable world, upstream, downstream. But the more important stuff is now kids go beyond us. So that's an important moment. I really feel good to be an interaction designer. She went beyond my imagination. She never listened to my instruction, like a memory, history. She just came up with her own interpretation. That's a way to inspire the creativity, like bootstrap. How many people do the computer music, play computer music, electronic music, go to concert? Concert is great, but often from distance, only you see the musician having a laptop computer. You don't see the correlation, causality chain of the movement of the trained musician's body movement, acoustic instrument, and resulting sound. We want to break it. So now you see blue icon, physical icon, that represents microphone, but also two musicians using two hands, controlling all the parameters. So we decompose, make a new grammar of the computer music to legible graphical one using tangible interface. Then projecting this stuff in the wall, then people clearly see that the musician working hard. Why you're very impressed in the jam session? The real human interacting with the acoustic instrument, you see no ambiguity. But once the internet or machine is intermediate, you have no idea from where its music came from. It could be everything pre-recorded. Performer is not doing anything, for example. So this is something important to us, but the good things we present in the Barcelona NIME conference. So our team, James Patton and Ben Lex's performance inspired Sergio Jorda's team in Barcelona. Then they made a really great product called React Table. How many people saw React Table? It's nice, used by many professional musicians, which I'm very proud of that. Okay, this is Asia. How many people play ping pong? Seriously? Oh, good, still keep learning. Good. Do you have ping pong table here? Yes, okay. Anyway, my point is ping pong is kind of harsh game. You get a point by making your opponent make a mistake. It's a bit survival game in MIT. But I want to make even like an interaction is fun. Even you make a mistake, even ball hits the net, you enjoy all the water ripple. So this is social media we implemented before Facebook. We really want to change the dynamism of social interaction using interactive surface, using stuff. But also we have a kind of hit the wall because physical materials is frozen. Floor, table, this stuff, it's okay, it's frozen. It never dance computationally. But I thought we have only two materials in the simplified. Frozen materials, like a chair you're sitting, the pixel like this one, you can do anything. But I want to make a new material called radical atoms. Third materials, dynamic, physical, and computational. It's crazy, but it's really crazy. So we built it. I like show this kind of trajectory of the stuff. By the way, radical atom is a very abstract concept. It's very difficult to be accepted. Sustainable future, everybody says, oh yeah, great, it should be sustainable. But the radical atom is really radical, changing a new way of thinking of the material. But the good thing is Ars Electronica. How many people went to Ars Electronica? One of the best media arts like a festival on this planet in Linz, Austria. But the Gerfried Stocker took my radical atom as an entire banner of the entire festival. But also he came up with a really great subtitle, The Alchemist Over Time. Of course, everybody uses Adobe Creative Suite. It's great, but every curve looks like a Bezier curve or something because they're governed. But if you invent a new gold, new paintbrush, become very new original. Why don't you start from the materials, paintbrush, ink? That's a spirit. It's a meta message. But I'm very happy that going to there with a bunch of students showing the amazing old stuff plus new stuff, which I'd like to show some of them. By the way, these are all the online stuff, but let me show, how many people saw this piece? Okay, being here, being Taipei, and being London, or being Boston is some people's dream. Of course you can do Zoom, but I can see you, I can hear you, but where you are, you do not believe the presence. Presence is something important. So how to break the barrier of the distance or screen? We invented this tangible telepresence using a shape display. Shape display is an example of radical atoms. So this is one of the many applications of radical atoms. But you see the point. So Daniel Reitzinger is now manipulating and his body is captured. But also you can alter, my hands is too small, but you can alter the hands appropriate for the task like this one. So this is a human augmentation or whatever. Also this is a machine, it's a robot. You can do many things. So also you guys like design and the experts, you do a lot of design. But most interesting part is, I wish I could fast forward, but anyway, let's wait. So you guys do 3D printing. 3D printing is great, but the most printed stuff goes to landfill. But here you see, it's still alive, it's computing. All but constraint propagation, you know. So this is real, not printed stuff. So printing something bit scary in terms of consumption, but also the mathematical equation emerge as a physical stuff. You can sit on, you can make a pillow stuff. So that's important kind of dimension. That also machine is crazy. It took 2 years, but we love to build something if you have a good vision. So we're inspired a lot by art. How many of you know triptych? It's a Francis Bacon triptych. So we made a kinetic triptych called Transform for Milan Design Week. It's a dance over old generation material, frozen atoms, red ball, and the radical white pins. They look like dancing, communicating, but they're not communicating at all, just mechanical. Then you can give energy to energize them. So I think when we talk about creativity, I think defying gravity is very important. Don't take it for anything granted. You are on the floor because of gravity. So you don't ask why I have to stuck on the floor because of gravity. But asking question why you have to obey, follow these constraints is very important. How many people saw the movie Interstellar? It's a beautiful movie. Once you go to Mars, you lose the gravity. You have to make actually generate. You can tweak it. It's totally new world. So we emulate the future of the anti-gravity material called Xenon. You can put anywhere, stay there. Computer knows the exact location. They're using a Hall effect. Computer can control it. Then you can use all the space for the design space. But if scale, if power shortage, outage, everything fall. If you're on the Earth. If you're on the interstellar travel, no problem. We also care about the biological stuff. Many people talk about, so we did a Bacillus subtilis natto bacteria as a sensor and actuator to implement second skin, wrapping you, body, then breathe. Let me show the video. So in each flap, there's a million of the bacteria. They are living, sensing the sweat of the dancers. Then open up the flap to make a ventilation of air to optimize performance of each dancer. So these bacteria we cultivate in a wet lab. These are atomic scope microscope to measure those stuff to write a paper science. But then machine, there's no machine to deposit exact amount of liquid. 5 years ago, so we built it from scratch. But how many bacteria have to be, which portion of your body, really be informed by the science. So ultimate form of the presentation is human and the biome, bacteria, dancing together. So now you see she's dancing with bacteria. So this is her wet map, sweat map, heat map, and a sweat map. These inform how to optimize the ventilation. We made a computer simulation optimize. Then this computation result is sent to the printer. The printer determines how many bacteria should plant to each flap. So this is art. This covers every aspect: biological science, sports science, and also design, fabrication. But in the end, it must be to go to the level of the art to communicate people. So she danced. She said she was aware change of the airflow while dancing, which also make her change the way she danced. Then she said to me, she felt like she's dancing with bacteria. That's very profound. You never find any patent, you never get any grant, government grant, or you never any scientific paper, but it's very poetic, beautiful. That we care, this kind of research. So bio is a new interface. That's important problem. Nicolas Negroponte said so, because after the invention of all the gene like sequencing, it changed the computer science. Understand this dramatic impact is very, very important as a designer. So let me show the exhibition. We care about the exhibition. I really like Taiwan has so many great media design exhibition. Hope I can be invited someday. But this biologic actually showing the function of the shape changing using a steam. It's a steamy robot. It's a basic layer. Then we made a machine to precisely deposit the required amount of the bacteria to the each target areas. This is something nature gave us. Then human. But this mannequin wearing a biologic, blowing the steam, is very boring. Very boring. So we decided to have a party in the 30th anniversary of MIT Media Labs, celebrating our dream and also bacteria with a glass of champagne. So I really like a culture to really care about how to exhibit the concept vision in a legible, inspiring form, so the audience, kids, philosopher, or designer, or future inventor, get some inspiration. I'm sure TDRI is actually doing that stuff for the future. So I think for me, what matters to invent and inspire. Many people invent, coming a new framework, new taxonomy, or new theory, how to measure, how to justify your work. Some people, that's amazing conceptual art, very abstract, the meaning of life or whatever is fine. But unless it's combined, invention lead to something the artist form which inspire, stick to the heart, make people think differently. It doesn't exist. It doesn't last. In 100 years, nobody remember it. So I think to do so, two things I really want to share with you. Be artistic and analytic. Some people are too analytic, too conceptual, it's okay. Some people are too artistic, but how to strike the balance is very important. To do so, you have to be both. Also, be poetic and pragmatic. I think poetic is something important. It's different from beautiful, but the poem is something so fundamental for narrative storytelling, which you guys already know it. I'm very inspired that this is a two link. Then appears third one, which, wow. Then reflection on the table, like those inspiration really foster the creative conversation. If it's a nice champagne or sake or whatever. Also, Taiwan has a nice whiskey, so next time. I like Yamazaki and Hakushu, but it's very scarce. I can't buy, I can't afford. MIT doesn't pay so well. Anyway, art and science is something very, very important. So let me show the one project which really addresses this blurring the boundary between. Dr. Xiao, she's a professor in Paris. She's an accomplished pianist, but also hardcore computer scientist. She played piano. She thought she can be remembered the piano. Now she's living in piano. But keys moving based on her recorded the movement. Then she can play with herself. Imagine this is a young Xiao Xiao. Actually, my daughter, Arisa, she just went to college this year. But young Xiao Xiao living in piano. Then grown-up Dr. Xiao Xiao playing the duet. You see young Xiao Xiao's hands here, keep moving. So sense of presence. Young Xiao sitting in the same chair you're occupying. But now grown-up Xiao Xiao playing together. Then we came up with vision. Imagine if your grandma was an amazing concert pianist, play in New York, but anniversary day, if you can invite her from heaven, downloading the living room piano, then let her play with grandchildren. Isn't it great? That's the final topics I talked, teleabsence. So art, design, science, technology, all important, but not a separate one. Artist, work, engineer doesn't make any sense. You have to speak all the language, at least understand language, then able to translate. Then you have to come up with a vision, idea, which really in the centers. Do you know what this spiral came from? Hint, Barcelona. One more, Antoni Gaudi. Okay, great, you know, Sagrada Familia, I love it. Barcelona is so beautiful. But this is an infinite loop. So you have to go in spiral very, very quickly. Don't get stuck. I like Taiwan Design Week, but why you have to say design? It got to be, include everything, and I like including. And also I like Royal College of Art. They said art, but doing so much about design. So how the branding, how the naming really matter. Sometimes they constrain the space, but the most important thing, you have to go all the spiral very rapidly to build the. This is another my favorite painting. Do you know? It's a Towers of Babel by Bruegels, and I went to both in Vienna's, and also I saw both of them. But it's very beautiful. Basically, you go spiral, you can move transcend to somewhere. I don't know, it's a heaven or whatever. But I think it's important to really understand the vision and change. World changing rapidly. Global warming, artificial intelligence, from on to shared culture, dramatically changing. Always we have to adjust our trajectory. So vector to the Z might be changing dynamically. And also I was very fortunate because my stuff tangible was my dream, illusion. Nobody, even I myself, couldn't believe it's tangible, but I was lucky after 30 years, finally it's recognized. If you have any interest, you can really check all the talk and the slide over there about the trajectory. Also, I did a lot of the stuff, but I'd like to summarize what I've done in the past 30 years. Also, summarize is important. Seamless media design. Basically, many stuff is incompatible. Long ago, Windows PC, no, Windows and the Mac doesn't talk. And also video and the computer so separated. Also AI engine totally different, OpenAI and the Google. They never really share anything. So how to really make a seamless, integrate. That's the reason I did a Clearable, shared workspace and the interpersonal space. But then Nicolas Potin said, don't continue, reboot. Then I started Tangible, starting a bunch of those kind of stuff. But then I got stuck, oh my gosh, atoms so inflexible, frozen. Why don't you hack atoms itself so that they can dance, dynamically change the shape and the property computationally to some extent, so we can synchronize. That's the radical atoms. But also I continue telepresence. I really believe being connected over distance matters, like in touch and inform. But then COVID-19 crisis hit. Then I realized, oh, co-presence is so important. Being together is something so important. But then I started thinking about, okay, let's go beyond it. Beyond telepresence, which I call teleabsence, which I'd like to talk. This is very crazy, but I'm crazy. So people are lonely. Everybody's lonely. People pretend, let's have a happy life, enjoy the life, be productive, but the illusion. Usually life is very difficult, complex. Also mortality and the depression. So this is a lonely planet. Loneliness is a pandemic. I heard in UK government made a minister of the loneliness. Yeah. But that's a really big issue. And yeah, so we have to really think about something about those stuff. Oh, I lost all my slides. Okay, something happened. It's interesting, but don't worry, technology never succeeds. So can you guys help to Restart? Okay, great. Teleabsence, that's great. So people die twice. First when they die, then when they're forgotten. This is a universal concept, also Mexico, and also many artists. If you don't mention your name, remember, you are gone. But as far as still you're talking about you or your idea, you can stay in the second life. It's very profound. So everybody has a dream. I want to keep remembering you. I don't want to forget you. But if you forget, you feel bad. Also, I'm afraid of being forgotten. Why you're lonely? Because you're forgotten. We are mortal. We will definitely die. But after this, still people remembering. If you think people can remember me, my existence has some positive meaning for the future, you feel much better. Saudade. How many people know the saudade? Is anybody from Portuguese? It's a very profound word in Portuguese, and it's kind of origin of presence of the absence, and the meaning is the desire for beloved things, people, place, made painful by its absence. I want to see that person again. I want to see that moment. I want to place, but that's all gone. No way to go back. But that makes so painful, but kind of pleasure to cherish your life. That's something very profound concept and the vision, which I'm now working on that. I showed the music, Miller Fugue, Marvin Minsky. He was living in the piano, but also he passed away. So two ghosts are playing each other. I want to hear you play the piano and join you in a duet. That's my wish dream. In the memorial service, we performed this one. Everybody cried. So the bottles, I want to hear the message you left in the bottom. In my case, poems my mom wrote. Telephone, I want to talk to you and hear the sound that brings back the vivid memory of when you were with me. She never speaks back because she's dead. I don't make any generative AI. It's against my aesthetics. But I want to hear the sound of the kitchen in 1970s with maybe radio news or popular music. That's may bring me back to the time. I really enjoy the together with family. Also, typewriter, I want to hear you type your favorite poems in the midnight. If I receive the favorite, my mom like a Hermann Hesse, for example. She never used a typewriter, she wrote, but if somebody can send those messages, which really inspired me, then I may respond, say, this is my favorite phrase. So, life is short. Oh, do you have some time? Wonderful, great. Vision matters, but the vision is not the wishful thinking. Nice to have. I think world peace is very important, but almost impossible. Every morning I wake up, I'm deeply depressed. What's happening on this planet? I wish the world, which has no war, comes, but that's also illusion. Human being never stop war. That's fundamental nature, same as unethical, being unethical. So we have to face the reality. So world peace is nice to say, but it's not a vision. Also, world is not sustainable. So many things broke in a much deeper level. In the system dynamics, J. Forrester, the limit to the growth in 1960s. After 50 years, we haven't done anything to really improve. So I think we have to really think about real vision, which really makes sense, and keeps shed a light to the future. Many people work technology, also we love technology, but to get obsolete in 1 year, go to landfill. The needs, of course, don't change it. People want to own the car. Or on the Rolex, I'm actually using a more simple watch, but anyway, sure, I'm so successful. But this is dramatically changing. It's not anymore what you own. Let's share it when you need it. That's more better. And so dramatically value system changing, but now AI is making a huge impact, especially creative, illustrator, graphic designer, storyteller, narrative stuff. So now we have to really think about how to survive. Then they keep copying, eating your work you publish. They're chasing after. Only the strategies keep running, keep escape, keep inventing new stuff, which nothing exists in the net. They have no data they can eat. If they don't eat data, you are safe. But keep running tough. You have to have a very nice sake, like Suntory Hakushu. But anyway, it's scarce. So important thing, think about, don't get stuck technology or user wants. Of course, nice to be nice world, but nice world is an illusion. It's not sustainable. So important thing, world is not sustainable in various ways. Why? We also know the reason. It's pretty deep. So we have to really face with those stuff. So Alan Kay and a few other people say the future is not to predict, but to invent. So I like insight and also foresight. But the foresight go beyond to really invent, creating more radical way. But to do so, we need to envision, embody, and inspire. We are lucky because you are also expert of design to understand, articulate the problems, coming up really great. Oh my gosh. Thank you. What I'm talking about. Okay, science important, understand nature, technology, the beautiful stuff. But to coming up with the vision, it's labeled the philosophy, or Heidegger, or whoever, or art. The art really you inspired. I have a lot of the examples. But the most profound example is Hiroshima Shadow. How many people know Hiroshima Shadow? 1945, atomic bomb was dropped in Hiroshima. Then human was captured as a shadow on the stone. That's the presence of absence, which inspired me deeply about tele-absence. So we start out. So in the end, you have to transcend it to the level of the art. So we have to be all dimension. That's my important message. So it's very important to have a dream, and for me, it's like a vision, but it's something you can really translate to the real story, narrative, language, interactive experiences. And hope this Chinese character makes sense because we inherit kanji a lot. But I think this is a driving force of the creation. Then I'm a stargazer. I look up star. Stargazer is a dreamer. People used to gaze using their naked eyes, but naked eye has a limitation. So people invented telescope, magnify your way to view something over distance. But then light in the city prevent us from stuff. Then went to the observatory in a very high level, high mountains. But the important thing is sometimes breakthrough happen. When people see the news, Voyager went beyond solar system, then moved, oh great. It's an amazing moment, heliosphere. Voyager went travel very alone, but finally she stopped feeling the wind from solar system. I stopped feeling the solar wind anymore. Now it's the fresh pressure of the interstellar materials. So I'm now getting the heliosphere. It's very romantic, poetic. If you have a Hakushu or Yamazaki or whatever. But anyway, important things now, she sent back this one. This is something important. You never look the Earth from this point of view in a way like she did. Also, of course, Hubble Space Telescope, very powerful. The point is, you see the world from your eyes, but now eyes are decoupled, fly through the universe, then to see from any point of view. So that is the power of James Webb Space Telescope. This is also metaphorical. But unless you decouple your, I don't know, whatever centric world, people could only see the world from their own perspective. That's the limitation. So you have to really think about enhance, expand, then escape. That's the reason TDRI and all you guys, we work together to have a real serious discussion, to expand the scope, to think about what's the real future, not to get stuck in a dogma or. So world is dramatically changing. Digital convergence, now AI, but we have to really understand what's going. But also our life is limited. You have to really focus, heuristic focus. Which one I should really focus to do the work? Then when I die, we do not regret that we did something meaningful. If you jump to black hole, you can't leave any marks because black holes. One more drop of the water in the Pacific Ocean doesn't really leave any marks or changes. So you have to really think about what you're going to focus strategically to make your life exciting. So I can't thank enough Professor Cao and Dr. Liu and Steve and Michael and all the people. Thanks again. The staff is amazing. TDRI, so warm and full of the hospitality. And hope we can be the friends and exchange. Also, you can invite me again. Then I can come back. This is today I want to thank. But this plan of tomorrow, I'm going to different space. So, but all together in 2100, perhaps. Now I don't know, some people live more than almost 100 years. But allow me, if you have live much longer, that's wonderful. So, but the important thing is, I always think about 2200. It's a bit symbolic, but all are gone. But still people are living on this planet. I hope so. It's not the end of the earth. Our descendants living, for whom we are responsible. So my question is, what do you want to pass on to those living in 2200? How do you want to be remembered, if you care? What do you want your legacy to be? So that's a three questions I want to start thinking. Not think about what to eat for dinner or how to survive next I don't know, happy retirement, but beyond our future. So I think that 2200 is a symbol to make us to think about for our future, to really ask the fundamental question, why you are here today, why I met you, why I'm talking. My talk does have no meaning if you don't get inspired. But if something changed through your eyeglass, if you see the world a bit differently after this lecture, I'm very happy. So life has that end point. But the future is never ending. Technology soon become obsolete. But the true vision is everlasting. So thank you for Michael to correcting the Chinese character kanji to the appropriate characters, yeah. So with this number 2200, I want to end my talk. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Ishii.
Would you like to grab a seat?
Oh, sure, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Ishii. Thank you for sharing your vision, your dream, and your research journey with all the audience. I think that your presentation allows us to engage not just only the technology, the science, the art, the design, but also on the emotional level, but also a lot of philosophical thinking as well. And I see so many Hiroshi's presentation. Every time I see your presentation, there's always something new. I saw Marvin. I was really touched because Marvin was the godfather, founder of the AI. Yeah, so that was the video that I first saw it. And then so I think that following this session, there would be a panel. And unfortunately, one of our panelists is actually sick. So then we have only two panelists. And then I think in order to allow everybody to get to know each other, so we actually invite a professor. We actually invite Professor Zhao from Hong Kong University to talk. He's from Professor Zhao. He's actually currently the Dean of Social Science, and Zhuoming Li, Professor of Psychology at the Chinese University of Hong Kong. He was previously Associate Dean of Social Science and Head of Psychology of the University of Hong Kong. And he's also the Professor of Psychology at the University of Illinois and Professor of Management and Marketing at Nanyang Technology University. Professor Zhao's research covers the social psychology of education, culture, and psychology processes, human motivation, and intergroup dynamics. And then, so Hiroshi, it's very challenging to find someone who can actually on the panel with you. And then, so in order for the audience to prepare, Professor Zhao, he actually prepared a presentation. And then so let's welcome Professor Zhao to give us a talk, and then so the audience can know you.
Thank you very much, Michael, for the very kind introduction. And of course, I'm very happy to be here to be inspired by Hiroshi's talk And I just realized that we actually share the same Chinese name in Chinese character or kanji. So it's really an honor to be here. So I think today's forum has the theme HCI, Human-Computer Interface. First of all, I want to declare that I am human. And another important point that I want to make is I'm trained as a psychologist. Therefore, what I would want to do is to focus on the human side in the HCI equation. Okay, so this is first of all, I would say, okay, one of the takeaway message I got from the keynote speech is that good design and good invention come from not just proficiency in technology, but also vision. But two words that are also important. And these two words were not articulated by Hiroshi, but he actually embodied these two words in his presentation. It's wisdom and compassion. I think I would like to propose a round of applause for his personal demonstration of how technology, groundbreaking technology, is made by not only his skills in technology, but also his wisdom, his compassion, and also his vision. So yes, right, let's give him a round of applause. Okay. Now, as I mentioned, I'm trained as a psychologist, and a few days ago, I read this paper in Nature, Human Behavior. And the title of the paper is Psychological Factors Underlying Attitudes Towards AI Tools. And today I realized that many of the factors that affect human acceptance of AI tools are actually reaction to many AI tools in the Pixel Empire. Okay, so these are the list of the factors that affect humans' attitudes and behavior towards AI tools, possibly in the Pixel Empire. So there's the belief that AI is a black box, AI is emotionless, AI is inflexible, AI is in control, and AI is non-human. Now, I was told when I joined the panel that my job here is not to give you any ideas, but to ask questions so that we can continue the discussion. So one question I have for Hiroshi and the audience is, today we see a completely different understanding of how technologies can interact with humans. Okay, radical atoms, biologic, and so on. And now, by bringing technology closer to human action and human interaction, is there a prospect that this development could actually address all these concerns that might lead to more hesitance in accepting the technology? Now, I want to pose this question to the audience as well. And this is something that I captured from some of Hiroshi's earlier presentation. I think a question I have for him particularly is the second pictures that I captured. So here he said, well, technology's originality or creativity often comes from intricate elegance through careful juxtaposition of opposing elements. I think he demonstrated today how he actually juxtaposition contrastive elements or opposing elements in his work. I understand every word in this sentence except the word elegance. Okay, what do we mean by elegance? How do we have the elegant juxtaposition? How can we achieve that? Now, it's easier to put two contrastive things together. But then, how to make the contrast contrasting to juxtaposition, elegant. Okay. I think that is a big question. And I think we can get some inspiration today on what we mean by elegance and how can we be elegant in doing this. I think, we will certainly benefit a lot. And I think this benefit could bring us all the way to year 2900. Okay. Thank you very much. I'll stop here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So the next panelist, I want to introduce Chun-Cheng 教授. So Chun-Cheng, he was a visiting scholar at the MIT Media Lab. He spent a year with us at the lab. And then, so Dr. Chun-Cheng, he's actually professor of the Institute of Applied Arts at the National Yangming Jiao Tong University. He also served as the vice chair of the Taiwanese Association of Computer-Human Interaction and the editorial board member of the Journal of Design. His academic interests encompass user experience, design, technology, art, and interaction media. So Chun-Cheng is also very generous to share a small presentation. And then so let's welcome Chun-Cheng. And then Chun-Cheng, the floor is yours.
Professor Chang, Chief Innovation Officer. Good morning, everyone.
Today, in front of the master, Hiroshi Ishii, I feel a little nervous.
Me too.
Okay. Yeah, okay. And Michael Lin, Dr. Michael Lin have already introduced me. I from NYCU, as the same as the Zhang Yuanzhang, Chair Zhang. Okay. And okay, I forget. Yeah, too nervous to hold on this. Which one? Okay. Yeah, I serve the vice chair of TAICAI as well as the editor of Journal of Design, Journal of Kensei, and International Journal of Digital Media Design. In the past, I've been the chair of IAA, Institute of Applied Arts. And to be honored to be the Fulbright Fellow at MIT between 2013 to 14, I visited Hiroshi's lab several times. As you can see, my 5-year-old son enjoy touching and playing the devices there. Actually, I'm really impressed by Hiroshi's poetic design and amazing work and research. Yeah, and this is the class. This is the class I joined, and actually, Hiroshi encouraged teamwork and focused on embodiment design. As you can see the documentation to the right, it was a very robust conversation. And I really appreciate that Media Lab provide lots of great seminar and events. Of course, including the City Science Group, where the Dr. Michael Lin is affiliate. And I'm also impressed by the Media Lab Members Day that gather lots of the people from the world, yeah, to see the presentation of each group, such as Hiroshi's Tangible Media Group, and Michael Lin's belong to City Science Group. And this panel is about envision and embody. And I was so inspired by this panel, and it affected my following creation. Oh, it's not our work, it's the coffee machine. Why I mention this is because I do miss the free coffee at Media Lab, especially during the very cold and snowing mornings. Yeah, thank you, Media Lab. Okay, now that's the connection between Professor Ishii and I. And now I want to take this opportunity to briefly introduce my own work. And those are the work from my NYCU laboratory. Over the past 5 years, our works was invited to the exhibition in the international event, such as the ASEAN SIGGRAPH Asia Art Gallery, cooperated with National Palace Museum, Tech Zone. Especially this work was invited to Ars Electronica Festival this September. And the following, I will introduce 3 of my my works, this and last year. There should be a video. Emails is an innovative expression that explores the concept of life through the slime bubbles. The bubbles from a dynamic sculpture that mimics the appearance and behavior of living cells, such as growing, merging, diving, and bursting. I was so exciting to meet so many friends there. One of the professor, Ken, over. Yeah, it's Hiroshi is another excellent student, and including I also met the professor, Deb Roy. Okay, next project called Grandpa's New Old Times. It's about helping old people to remember the old good days with VR and a sense of touch. It's not just for fun, it can also help people with dementia. The last project I would like to introduce is about traditional Taiwanese puppetry using immersive projection and IoT technologies. Leveraging 5G high-speed network transmission, the dancer manipulates puppetry with sensors by wearing VR and motion capture device, extending a traditional puppetry gesture through the bodily rhythms. Okay. We also construct a VR interactive space where the gesture of puppetry transforms into a dance performance of physical movements. Okay, the real-time interactive screen projection is generated through the detection of hand gesture by the dancer in the VR. So because of the time, I will stop here. And I mentioned this for these three projects because I think I was inspired by the embody and haptic idea from Professor Hiroshi. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Xu, for your fascinating presentation. Thank you. Please return to your seat.
Thank you, Chun-Cheng. So now we're moving on to the panel discussion. I think that it's great to have an opportunity to hear about the panelists and their work. And as I mentioned earlier, it's really challenging to find someone who can actually have a conversation on the stage with Hiroshi. And definitely your influence to a lot of different, your students who graduate from your group is actually all over the world now and then doing a lot of cutting edge and then very interesting research work as well. And so, let's see.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the panel discussion. And before we begin, we would like to invite everyone to scan the QR code on the screen and enter Slido to submit any questions you may have for our panelists. So now, welcome our moderator, Michael Lin.
So, I'm standing right here. And then
welcome, Professor Hiroshi Ishii. Okay, and welcome, Professor Zhao Zhiyu. Professor Chun-Cheng, welcome to the stage.
Right.
And now let's hand the floor to our moderator.
All right, thank you. So welcome to this session. And then let me first of all make myself comfortable. So feel free to adjust the seat height. I think in the panel discussion, making yourself comfortable is the most important thing. And also don't feel obliged. Don't feel it's okay to ask question or to reply in Mandarin. I'll do the translation, and that goes. Also I want to encourage the audience to be part of this conversation as well. I think to Hiroshi, one of your mission here is actually to encourage the students, to encourage the young generations.
Yes.
And then would you like to?
Oh, yes.
Yes. So we should have more microphone.
Yes, yes. Oh, no, yes, that's right. Oh, I forgot.
That's nice.
So thanks for this opportunity. Don't be scared. I'm a nice person. Also, you can speak English or your language, or Fortran, PL1, Algol, Pascal, APL. I speak many of the computer language. But the language doesn't matter. If you have any question, ask. But hopefully, profound, hard question is good, so that we can really stimulate the discussion. And also, I'm happy to talk to you after this event by in social media. So please get connected with me, exchange the card. Yeah.
Yes, yes. And also feel free to connect with TDRI, and we have a Slido QR code where people can scan. So Hiroshi, this is a live event.
Sure.
So not just only the audience here, but also audience online.
Okay.
And for the first question, I think I want to ask, I want to bring it back to when Ding Zhao asked about so this intriguing elegance through careful juxtaposition of opposing elements. So would you like to elaborate the question a little bit more? I think that would be...
Okay, I think in today's presentation, we already see like opposing concept being put together, like being poetic and pragmatic, okay? So that is like one pair of opposites. And I saw many good examples of how Hiroshi really like to synthesize contrastive elements into something beautiful and elegant. I can see the elegance there. Now, the question is, I think for many young people in the audience, they may want to know, how did you do it? So what is the secrets that you would like to share with the young people here? How to like make use of seemingly like opposite components and synthesize them together elegantly to form something really innovative and also inspiring.
Thank you for very profound questions. I'm wearing eyeglasses because I have to see something more clearer. But also, seeing something you can't invisible is important. Understanding anything, it depends on the reference. People say sustainable future. Immediately came, future is not unsustainable, not sustainable. World is not sustainable. So unsustainable future, sustainable future, once juxtaposed, why you talk sustainable future, of course clear, people want to feel good, but isn't it dangerous? Aren't we really shutting our eyes to the something? So these are things I already do. Ethical AI, many people do ethical, but who are qualified to ensure AI ethical? Because human beings fundamentally, you know what's going. And even Uber driver from Ethiopia, and he told me without bribe, you can't do anything, for example. All the stuff under the table. That's the reality. So think about any nice slogan, beautiful, nice looking, now sounding stuff, you have to doubt it. You have to counterbalance the stuff. Also, I asked the people why, what this design rationale is. Usually green and red conflict each other, create a tension. Are we strategically using this tension between color stuff? That's great. But the orange is more mild, but also so many colors. And so that also that's kind of Kandinsky like a music or Mondrian stuff. So if there's some artist motifs, that's great. So ask why this came from. But some people said some artists did it. So always thinking about, even there's no meaning for designer who thought about juxtaposing red and green, red and orange, what orange means. Everybody talk green. Green is wonderful. We are eco-friendly. We don't use wooden chopstick. You feel good. But if that's green, it's very sad. But then what does orange mean? That is unknown. But once you really juxtapose those different concepts, then feeling a tension problem. Also art design is exactly. Science, technology have it. So always at the border, at the seashore, there's an opportunity, chance. But you have to see, you have to be visible, something not explicitly represented. So that's the reason sustainability is very interesting biased word, because the world is not sustainable with very clear reasons, but not say unsustainable world because they don't feel good. Also, they don't get funding. And so important things, you have to be more critical, you have to be more balanced, you have to get started view, to zoom out. To do so, you have to have a opposite counter concept or vision approach. Then you can make a balanced stuff. Then you have axis, AI, human. Then where you should bring a slider, what is appropriate, what is talking too extreme, what is talking too pessimistic, for example. This is a way to really make a discussion deeper. So that's a very important question. Please polish your lens of the eyeglasses.
Thank you, Hiroshi. Thank you, Hiroshi.
Thank you.
This is thank you for the wonderful comments. And then, Chun-Cheng, I see you're ready to ask the question. Go ahead.
Hard question, profound question.
Okay, since Ding Zhao asked question, I also want to ask question. As I mentioned in my presentation, I really impressed by the scale of the member state, and I would like to. I think the Media Lab model has a lot of things that Taiwan can learn. So first, I think Media Lab is a platform that fosters the cross-domain collaboration. So we in Taiwan should have the similar. How do we create a similar environment that can gather different people from different fields, work together easier? Yeah, that's my suggestion one. And second, maybe it's a question we can ask for the advice from Professor Ishii is Media Lab. How Media Lab approach or leverage the funding and resources? Yeah, I think that's very difficult in Taiwan. So can Professor Ishii can give us some advice about how do you leverage the...
Okay, let me answer the last question. Funding. But as OpenAI guys told us, all about the people. People matters. Very creative mindset, Renaissance boy and Renaissance girl, which never just take all the content for granted. and to break the law or rule in a very constructive way. So these attracting people in the vision, strong vision. You cannot say a better world. Let's make a better world, better tomorrow. Doesn't mean anything. It's so empty. But you have to really analyze, crystallize, issue, challenge. That happened in the 80s, digital convergence. Nicholas foresee the tidal wave of digital revolution dramatically make many continents, printing, broadcasting, communication, publication, sink under the water, like Atlantis. The new continent emerges. That's being digital. That's a real paradigm shift. But now people use like DX on dancing so much. But the important thing, those profound vision scared people. They really want to see what's the future. I want to learn more. Then they came to Nicholas, asking Nicholas what the future is. So we're looking for North Star. What's a North Star? I grew up in Hokkaido, North Island in Japan. So I love snow, and so I use a North Star. What is a North Star? If you can really point, even North Star is hidden in the cloud, you can really clearly see in the cloudy sky. Then you can do all the series of project lead to the North Star. But articulate, verbalize, symbolize, North Star, that's the vision. That Nicholas did. Also, Joito did it. Those really attract people, not only industry, because they don't want to know what's the impact of digital currency, Web 3.0, or digital democracy, all that stuff. But now it's happening in AI. And the world is so dynamic, and the speed is amazing, for example. But then industry naturally care. Okay, they really want to see what comes beyond horizon, tidal wave. If they miss it, they may not exist in next year. That happened in the digital convergence. But AI much more faster. But please don't worry. Taiwan has amazing industry, which we really admire. And actually, we can't live without your contribution, technical contribution of the machine. Then we are very fortunate having opportunity, Michael Lin leading to meet those leaders. So if any industry leaders are interested to do this endeavor together, to see the future beyond horizon, rather than panic about the tidal wave, but to become surfer to ride on the wave, but even create the wave of next generation, then ensure company continue to exist, not next fiscal year, but in 100 years after we are gone. But I want to introduce Mai Thi Nguyen. She's the director of the relationship of our industry sponsor, donors, and she has all the details, and she has also a nice contract. I have a nice fountain pen. You can sign it. So if you like, please contact me. And regarding the first question, interdisciplinary is just a means. But the important thing, if you really have a strong, profound vision to tackle, you need all the different point of view. So Marvin said, getting another point of view, including IQ. So we have to have a very different point of view, perspective. That's the reason I talked it. So not just collecting a bunch of different people from different disciplines, having a central magnet of the vision which attract, then people start to think how I can contribute to the world. Also going back to your question, why this fluorescent light is zigzag? Have you ever thought about this question? I think nobody. I thought a lot. Why? Most boring stuff looks nice, cool, but also could be financial crisis happen twice because media and survive fundraising. You can map all the financial crisis. Even go to Haneda Airport, Tokyo, you get monorail. You can imagine train over there. I'm sitting, riding, then seeing all the turbulence. So that's the imagination. Important thing, open the eyes of the imagination. Don't see just what you see, but imagine this zigzag fluorescent light telling me a lot story. Now I only have 3 ideas, next research idea. So those kind of the eyes is very creative engine. It's not just a discipline, ME or electronics engineer, computer science, designer. You have these kind of the jumping inspiration based on metaphor, metaphorical jumping. That's the key of the creation.
Thank you, Hiroshi. So usually I have to give you some response, but I'm gonna skip. I'm gonna leave
Don't
time.
skip.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave time for the audience.
Oh, yeah,
also,
okay.
especially the people online. So first of all, someone asked in Mandarin, 为什么刚刚不问 slide 的问题？很抱歉。
So there was someone said, why don't you ask a question from Slido? Well, because I don't really get it, so that's why I didn't ask it.
So Hiroshi, there's someone called AI engineer. He asked the question, what role do you think the generative AI will play in the future world? And how will it influence our life, belief, and relationship between us and machine?
This is the question everybody asking, everybody answering. If you Google search, you get a million hit. Maybe it's not a good question to ask me in front of the audience. But of course, it's super powerful, not just the tools, but the way of thinking. Why do we exist? AI is, everything exists available. If you can do something, this is a great design, but this designer published another 1,000 stuff, then machine can easily emulate this style, then it's out. How to make a quantum leap, constant controlling, keep jumping if a creator, that's an important strategy. To do so, you have a North Star, you have the strategy. That's not just a needs. World should be sustainable. That doesn't really bring you the idea. You have to come up your vision and the mission from the bottom of your heart with artistic resonance to the nature or real world.
Yep. Thank you, Hiroshi. Would you guys like to would you like to answer these questions?
Yes, I totally agree with that, with the idea that vision is important because after all, like when it comes to user acceptance, people do not buy what you do, they buy why you're doing it, right? So I think that is a very good point. Now, what I want to say is that, to share with you one experience I have. So long ago, I talked to some university administrators in Hong Kong, and they were excited about the prospects of building a university campus in the metaverse. And so you have a classroom in the metaverse. They are excited, but students did not get excited, right? They don't, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yes, I mean you probably understand why. And
yes.
Today, while you're giving the presentation or standing there, actually I was also tracking the emotional responses of the audience
good.
while you were talking.
Good.
People were excited. People want to be a participant in your project. Not only as a user, but actually as a active actor and co-actor in the technology. So now, just give me some insights, and I don't know whether or not that is correct, but please do correct me if I am not. Well, it seems to me that somehow we could have the capacity to make the technology useful in connecting people, useful in connecting the living people and also the dead, right? So it seems to me that you have the capacity to really use technology to satisfy the human need for belongingness, the human need for immortality, and so on and so forth. So I think this gives rise to this insights that I have from listening to you. Technology is technology, but to make technology human, or I will not say human-centric, to humanize technology.
Okay.
So somehow we have to understand what people need at a psychological level. So to me, I think what you do today by presenting this concept of making media tangible, you are not only bringing technology close to people physically or spatially, you are making technology close to people more psychologically. That's why earlier I asked these questions. Many of those problems that have been identified to affect people's acceptance of AI tools seems to apply largely to technology, AI technology in the Pixel Empire. I wonder whether or not you also see that tangible media technology has the potential of addressing those issues faced by the Pixel Empire.
Unfortunately, it's uphill battles. I never win. Tangible never win. Because Pixel is so powerful, versatile. That's why I challenge. Many people said, Go is beautiful, powerful, this Pixel is amazing. Then let's stop thinking about any other form of representation, which I don't like it. As academia, at least I want to show very different way. Use of the soundscape. That's really have a meaning because sculpting in the clay is so natural. Also, we are 3D physical people. But it's a niche. But it's okay. I'm not trying to win. I just joking. When I got the Lifetime Research Award for Seika at the battles against the Pixel Empire, it's Darth Vader. Of course, I can't win. But winning is not the goal. At least become level, showing a different view of thinking. Then it becomes stream, not the mainstream, but I'm happy to be by stream or fringe. To be on the edge is much more stuff. Then I don't want to stop it. Tangible is already my past. Then want to radicalisms. But now I realize telepresence is something so profound after COVID-19 crisis, loneliness, connectedness. Professor in Harvard University who are expert of the happiness did a research like after many years after many people regret they worked so hard when at the age of 80. What they most regret is not about more relationship with the people. So social relationship, mutual respect and the friendship, trust, family, friends is most valuable to determine the happiness. That's so clear. So I thought I want to go back to the origin of the connection. Although Nicholas said, don't continue, I start tangible stuff. So I go to telepresence. So I hope we succeed. So even after I'm gone, I can still hear you, or I may also send some message to you guys from heaven. Depending on the religion, yeah.
Thank you for your answer, Hiroshi. So, yes, please. Yes.
Who's music?
Let's welcome my questions. I want to ask a question about the next. And I got a lot of insights from your work that you really do something that empower the human interact with the given environment. And my question, I want to pass my question in two terms, that the sense of reality and augmenting reality. Yes. And I want to introduce the idea from the clinical psychology that, in the abnormal psychology, we always say, oh, you got problem because you have misperceived the world. For example, illusion.
Yes, yes.
So, your perception is different from the reality. It's problem. Next, more serious is a hallucination, right?
Yes.
It's a disease, a kind of a schizophrenic. You see something actually did not exist. So I want to borrow the idea that hallucination, illusion from the abnormal psychology that if we create the new experience, too much empower, the stimulus, the tangible something that you can well create our experience like augmenting reality. So, I just consult your idea that what will be the next? Shall we, provide more supporting environment design, help people closer to the reality, and we just give up the boundary between the reality and the imagination, that we just create a totally new experience creator, like a metaverse or something. And shall we watch this issue that, come on, you have to create your ability of sensory reality, even though, many advanced environments there. Yeah, that's my question.
Great. Nicholas told us, success is the enemy. Once you succeed, you feel good. You get stuck in a little bit small hill. Then you miss opportunity of the mountains. My work is build mountain range, which never exists on the map. Nobody can see it. So danger is incremental. You said next is more. More is very dangerous. More is almost incremental. It's better battery lasts 3% longer. But the next year, MIT material scientists invent another lithium battery. Who cares? You're not the inventor of piezo like electronics or stuff, so you're not a pioneer. Only quantum leap means for me. So it's not the next. In 100 years, what would be really fundamentally new vision, new concept? I don't know, it's very risky, but the telepresence is my last mountain. I'm trying to build it, and still we're designing technology. But the important thing is augment is very dangerous. You are not augmenting, you're altering, you're changing. either way, bad way or also most superficial way. I can see the name of the brand as virtually floating here. That's very superficial AR. But I got the hallucination. I saw the monorail car running on the stuff. That is a very good hallucination, I believe, as a creator. You have to use a hallucination in the human brain using a resonance of warp, bit of metaphorical jump, for example. That really brings it to a different level. So you can say, oh, machine has a hallucination. Of course, it has. But so what? Think about yourself as a human being, how you can be really more creative, never be caught up by the machine, by the data. Then a lot of hints in this building. Also, I learned so much of this 50 years old building, nicely embedded the new electric stuff. Also 2 eyeglasses, but actually 3, for example. So open the eyes widely. Keep thinking, why I'm seeing this one? Important things, nothing is by random chance. I'm here, not just because Professor Cao invited me, but I was supposed to discover something. So all this zigzag fluorescent light is sending some message, somebody, for me to decode it. Then I challenge students, open the eyes, observe the world, then summarize lesson in 140 characters, then submit to the Twitter, but now X. Then by tomorrow, if you get 100 retweet, you can join my group. It's a social test, how it's inspiring. So important, what things observed, inspired, then bring back invisible imagination to bring the next level. I'm so impressed about this barcode, which doesn't work, because the panel is sitting here. So this is a disaster, for example. But that also makes it interesting, because maybe that's the reason I stand up. Can I make a question, for example? So always you can improvise. Technology doesn't work, fail. So use hallucination, which not only the special rights for the AI, but for human. Of course, you have to control creatively, but that's the source of energy. The metaphorical jump, quantum leap, North Star, those are key. Thank you.
Thank you, Hiroshi. So Chun-Cheng, I bet you must have a lot of questions, but we're running out of the time. And so I'm thinking reserving the one last question to the audience and for the younger generation.
Oh, but also Director,
yes, the young people who has, okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Professor Ishii. And I think that the purpose of inventing new technology or medium, including GUI or TUI, is to blend it seamlessly into our daily life. And nowadays, we seem like trapped by a tiny rectangle device like smartphone or personal computer. And this technology seems like not really enable humans to live more comfortable in the physical world. And that's causing so many society issues like social anxiety, internet addiction, and so on. I would like to asking about when we mention tangible media, what can this technology be in the society, and how could it benefit to the human? Thank you.
I would suggest you to answer this question, simulating Hiroshi Ishii. Now you remember, if you listen to my lecture, you know who am I. Also, what's the limitation of tangible media? You ask a much broader, profound question, isolation, all the issue. That's something next generation has to think. So answer to the question, then share with us, or tweet, or whatever. Then you see how world reacted. It's homework. It's okay?
Thank you, Hiroshi.
Professor Zhang? Yeah.
President Zhang?
Yes, yeah. Okay. Yeah. I want to hear from you, please.
Oh, President Zhang, would you like to share some comments?
Oh, please, because, okay.
Yeah, all right.
Okay, I want to really thank you because this opportunity is so important. I go anywhere if there are audience who are serious, but also sensitivity and also resonance of the mind. So I really appreciate it. I feel already so good seeing you guys, the response. And thank you again for inviting me. Let me take a photo. Okay.
You should take a selfie. You should take a selfie.
Oh, yeah, okay. Then.
Okay, so selfie
that's
first
also
or
nice.
group
Do
photo
you take any
first?
photo here?
Okay. Let's take a group photo first.
Oh, sure. I think that's
Get the
perfect.
camera in the front. Okay, for our professors, thank you very much for your excellent Panel discussion? Okay. Okay,
yeah.
one more in the middle.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, one more.
Hey,
Sure, yeah,
in a
like-
selfie, okay.
Yes, okay, sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
So ladies and gentlemen, I believe that after listening to the presentations on the two topics this morning, you now have a deeper understanding of the innovation and interdisciplinary solutions in cutting-edge design research across various fields. Next, we will take a lunch break. We have prepared simple refreshments for you at the back of the venue. Please help yourself. The afternoon session will officially commence at 2 o'clock. Please be back before then. Thank you and enjoy your lunch. Okay, thank you once again to all of our professors. Thank you very much.
等一下哈，被交代要致辞啦，那我用英文的哈，全场这一下午场都用英文的哈。我也是临时被要求的，被交代的。没问题的，没问题。叫什么？经验丰富啊，球员兼裁判。
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to our forum. Before we begin, here are some kind reminders for you. This event will be conducted entirely in English. Simultaneous interpretation service will be provided. Please bring a photo ID to the right side of the registration desk in exchange for the headsets. Also, please remember to keep your mobile phone switched to silent mode. Our event will begin at 2 o'clock. Thank you for your patience.
多剩两个，我去问一下好了。大哥，自己再问，这个两个够用吗？两格够用，可以，好，没问题。
Distinguished guests, our event will commence in 5 minutes. Before we begin, here are some kind reminders for you. This event will be conducted entirely in English. Simultaneous interpretation service will be provided. Please bring a photo ID to the right side of the registration desk in exchange for the headset. Inside the venue, there are AI-guided tours and interactive photo opportunities. Feel free to experience these features by clicking at the entrance. Additionally, there is an interactive sticker wall featuring the 10 topics of Taiwan Design Week. You are welcome to collect stickers at the registration desk and place them on the entrance wall to highlight the topics that concern you the most. Also, please kindly ensure that your mobile phones are switched to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation. Distinguished guests, welcome back to the International Forum on New Frontiers in Design Research. To begin with, I have the honor of inviting Professor Liu Shyhnan, Vice President of Research and Development at the TDRI for you, to proceed to the stage to give us his remarks. Please give him a warm welcome. Welcome.
Okay, hello everyone. So welcome to join our second section of the forum. I'm not sure can entertain you well because it's a Saturday afternoon. This morning, I show around the Hiroshi about the TDRI, and he is very curious about our logo. Our logo have eyes. Maybe you attention that, and he asked me what the meaning of the logo, because Hiroshi is a very big master and with the bad tempo. So I'm too scared to answer. I said, oh, it's from the inside to the foresight. That. After that, I think my answer is quite good. So when I entitle the forum today with the frontier, actually we attempt to provide a leading thinker to inspire us. What are the foresight of the next design research? And so, allow me to posit this forum as we want to acquire insight from the foresight. Okay, foresight meaning the frontier issue, and the insight is what will be the better, what will be the next. So today, hello. In the afternoon, we have a topic about the city. Actually, when TDRI received the mission from the WTO, everyone, you can see all the presidents of WTO here. Can we have a big hand? Okay. It's okay, I just welcome you. So, TDI received the assignment from the WTO, and we want to develop a city design power index. From that on, there is always a question in my mind. What is the good city? Okay? And what design can contribute for a better city. So today, the main theme around this issue, how we can do, adapting the design to create a better city, and why. So in this forum, we are very lucky and encouraged, invite all my very good friends here. And we have Professor Pau from Spain, Valencia. And because Valencia now is the WDC, the World Design Capital. And he, just complete, can I say that? Complete a series of research about the impact of design capital, which meaning that a city, intervene the design activity and what will the result, the effect, right? And the other, we are very honored to have the director, Professor Mai, from the UC San Diego, and she also will lead the WDC next in the San Diego, right? So you can see that it's really a very worthy opportunity from the program now and the program next, provide the longitudinal evidence to look at the issue. And when I reflect and develop the project about the what means the good city and how to design can contribute that, we develop the evaluation mechanism, which I will report to you under the title that's the City Design Power Index. However, it's not just a descriptive model. We also want to suggest what kind of the design strategy under the more comprehensive, the more systematic design policy. Then you can, adopt particular design policy for the city enhancement or improvement. So we have Anna, which, he is very practical and productive and influential in the UK and a long work with the government. So today, we have a scholar from a different area with a different experience. However, we have the common issue. What is the better city and what design can do? So let's, look forward to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Liu, for your introduction. Please return to your seat. And now we will move on to our final topic, design strategies and design impacts for cities, in which we will delve into how design interventions in urban governance can enhance a city's problem-solving capabilities and achieve goals such as friendliness, creativity, happiness, resilience, and sustainable development. Our first speaker of today's afternoon session is Professor Anna Witcher, Associate Director of Research and Professor of Design and Policy, PDR at Cardiff Metropolitan University. She will be delivering insights on 6 lessons in developing design strategies, integrating design into strategies at the city, regional, and national levels. Let's now welcome Professor Witcher with a round of applause. Welcome.
I think that's not the beginning of my presentation. There's 2 slides before. Hello, everybody, and thank you very much for your warm welcome. And I'd like to say a huge thank you to TDRI for being such inspirational and generous hosts for this amazing forum. It's really exciting to be part of such a fantastic lineup of speakers and to have an opportunity to share examples of good practice and future insights from around the world. So I would like to share a series of lessons from some work around the world in developing design strategies and how that's been implemented in different contexts. So the key thing to say is that design policy is happening around the world. It's happening at a city level, at a regional level, at a national level, and even at a supranational level. So as an example, the European Commission developed a design action plan for Europe in 2013. And it's really exciting to see multiple iterations of these policies. So countries like Denmark, Estonia, Latvia are on the 2nd, sometimes 3rd iteration of a national design policy. So what I would really love to do is to share some examples of work that I've been doing around the world. And the first one I'd like to share is in the Philippines and supporting the Design Center of the Philippines to create the first ever national design policy. So my presentation is about drawing out a series of lessons, and one of my key lessons would be to map both the design ecosystem, but also the design economy. So you're looking at who the players are in this ecosystem and understanding what their role is in the value chain. And you're also measuring the impact of design in different contexts. So the economic value of design, the social value of design, sustainable design, and the democratic value of design. So just a little bit of a note on process. This piece of work took place over the course of 2 years, and we involved a series of different kinds of research. So we held a series of workshops at national and regional levels. We produced case studies, and we did a series of a survey among the design sector in the Philippines. So for me, a key activity is to understand what the ecology, the design ecosystem, the ecology, the landscape for design looks like in a place. So we've been mapping design ecosystems around the world for a number of years. And these are the kind of 5 key components that we look at to understand that supply and demand for design in a place. And so we also did a survey, around 950 respondents across the Philippines to understand the particular context in which designers in the Philippines operate. As an example, I might just pull out a couple of things. So 54% of designers in the Philippines are based in Metro Manila. So design is very urban. Design is also very young in the Philippines. So the majority, 70% of designers started their career less than 12 years ago. Oops. Of course, when you speak to policymakers, they're always interested in the economic value of design. In my experience, it's understanding the economic value of design which opens the door to government. But once you're in the door, it's those case studies and experiences of companies and design in different scenarios which really ignites their imagination and is a key part of the evidence base to inform how they think about creating a design strategy. So actually looking at understanding the value of the economy, the GVA, the value export is really crucial as well. And so based on the evidence base from multiple different sources and co-designing a series of actions, we came up with an action plan with 10 strategic actions. This would be another one of my lessons, is that it's important to think about the time frame for implementation. So in Europe, we have quite a short-term outlook. We tend to develop policy for 2 years, maybe 5 years. And something that I've really appreciated from some of my visits in Asia is what a long-term horizon you have in the way that you think about things. You will develop policy for 10, 20, 50 years, and we don't have that mindset in Europe, and it's something that I think is really important. Of course, you need to be flexible and pivot direction, but actually having a long-term vision for design is really crucial. And so these are kind of we tend to advocate in Europe to have a small number of concrete actions that you would implement in a shorter time frame. So I'd highlight later an example from Ireland. There's only 6 actions in the action plan. But in a more ambitious action plan, you would have perhaps, I've seen action plans with 50 actions over a longer sort of 10 to 15-year timescale, like Singapore, for example. I'm not going to go into this in too much detail because I'm very happy for the slides to be circulated. But maybe 2 examples I'll pull out that were particularly intriguing for me. One is about raising awareness of design for diversity. And increasingly, as part of my travels, I've recognized around the world a huge drive, not only for inclusivity in the sense of how we might think of particularly people with disabilities, but actually how can we put a spotlight and include the designs of indigenous people within the design process. So there's a huge amounts of work to be done on ensuring that they are well represented. It was a particular case in the Philippines of educating or supporting indigenous people to be able to register their designs to support their own IP. Something else that I personally am very passionate about is design for policy making. So how can you build design expertise within government? So one of the recommendations was creating a policy lab, so experimenting with design for digital public services and policy making, and looking at some of the really challenging policy directions in the Philippines, such as the future of food, or the future of transport, or the future of crisis in climate change. The next example I'd like to share is in Scotland, where we supported the Innovation Agency in Scotland, Scottish Enterprise, to implement some design vouchers for companies. So in the same way, we did a mapping of the ecosystem in Scotland. We identified the strengths and weaknesses, and we noticed that there was a real opportunity to reduce the barrier to entry for companies using design for the very first time. We needed to reposition this from them seeing design as a cost to an investment. You know, very often these small companies have never used design before, so how can we encourage them, you know, to invest? We supported Scottish Enterprise and Zero Waste Scotland to infuse design within their strategies and to implement that through some design vouchers. So again, mapping the design ecosystem, coming up with a series of actions to infuse design for circularity within the strategies in various agencies in Scotland. And as I said, one of the key activities was in business support programs. So we supported the Scottish Enterprise to develop some design vouchers. Initially, we suggested that the design voucher should be worth more money. So we actually suggested around £20,000. But that wasn't within the budget of the organisation, and they said that £5,000 would be what they were going to do. And I was a little bit concerned because I was worried that it was going to potentially limit the scale of the projects to kind of smaller, potentially the more low-hanging fruits of design. But actually, what was quite incredible, over a 5-year period, more than 600 companies benefited from this design voucher in various different priority sectors in Scotland. And they use design for a range of different kinds of projects. So as you might imagine, product development, brand development, prototyping, concept development, etc. But what was really exciting is that we also did the evaluation of the vouchers afterwards. And from my perspective, what was very exciting is that 83% of the companies who had accessed a relatively small voucher went on to work with the design agency again and to invest, on average, a further £26,000 in design, which is a really fantastic result. And so what we saw, that actually a small amount of money really opened the door to collaboration between these designers and these businesses. And of course, then it was up to the designers to work their magic and prove, you know, what the value of design was with the organisations that they were working with. And this was a really fantastic return on investment for the innovation agency. I'd like to give you an example of design in Ireland as well. The Irish government have a big forum every year where they bring really successful Irish business people who have emigrated all around the world back to Ireland to kind of share innovative practices. And what was really exciting is that a few years ago now, one of the key themes that all these business people would bring back to Ireland was you need to invest in design. And so the Irish government sort of thought, well, we should look into this. So they commissioned some research, which we were involved in, to understand how Irish companies use or potentially don't use design, and to develop a design policy. So we were looking at the composition of design businesses and the kind of geographical spread, as you might expect. Again, a huge concentration in Dublin. But also, what is the value of the design sector in Ireland? Just for context, Ireland is has a huge digital sector. So unlike the UK, which has a still emerging digital sector, Ireland is extremely strong in digital design. So with this kind of statistics, as I said, this really opened the door to engaging with the government to develop a design policy. And I think I'd really highlight Ireland as an example of good practice, because they had a number of very, well, at the time, ambitious targets for design. So to create 1,800 new jobs in design, for 200 design-led business startups to be registered, and to take 300 companies on international design visits. And as part of this initiative, they implemented a year-long campaign called the Year of Irish Design. Intriguingly, for the WDO members of the room, they actually applied for World Design Capital, but were unsuccessful. And they thought, well, we weren't successful with that, but we're going to do it anyway. So they did a year-long campaign in which the government invested £5,000, which was match-funded by the same amount with industry, to do a campaign on putting a spotlight on design in Ireland. And as a result of the initiative, they did an evaluation, and the results, were absolutely compelling. So 4,000 new jobs in design created, new design-led startups established, Almost 500 companies taking on international trade missions, some new design support programs, and generating 24 million euros of design-related exports. And that's led, again, to the next iteration of the Irish design policy. I'm also really excited to share with you some preliminary results from a project I'm doing right now with the Design Council. So Design Council has done a series of research projects over the last few years looking at the design economy. And this year, they commissioned us to look at the social and environmental dimensions of design. There's a number of stages of this piece of work. This is just the first stage, which is a survey among designers in the UK. We got over 1,000 responses from different categories of design in the UK. And I'm just going to share a few kind of preliminary thoughts with you. So the purpose of this is obviously to influence government policy in the UK, to feed this back to various different government departments, to inform how we might better infuse design in different departments in the UK in the future. So what was really interesting is that of the responses, we asked people whether these designers were addressing environmental issues in the last 12 months, and 65% of them said yes. And we asked them to look at what kind of sustainable design projects they were looking at. So you can kind of see what is the kind of main focus of designers. We also asked them about the social issues and whether they're addressing social issues. And again, almost 60% of designers have been looking at some social design projects in the last few months. And what's really intriguing is the focus of these. So mental health happens to be one of the biggest thematic topics for what designers are looking at, as well as well-being, safety, physical health, etc. So this really represents kind of growing area of interest and market for designers. But what we're looking at is the balance between supply and demand. And a big issue that we've been discussing in the UK is whether designers are equipped with the skills and knowledge to be able to implement sustainable or regenerative design in the UK. So as an example, we were asking people whether they measure the impact of their projects. And as you might expect, to be honest, I thought this would be higher, but about 40% of designers sort of said no, they don't measure the impact of their projects. Of course, they're responding to client briefs and maybe don't necessarily have the time to go back. And crucially, maybe they don't have the toolkit to be able to measure the impact of their projects. And then we looked at whether designers have the skills to be able to implement environmental and sustainable design projects. And I think this is really telling, and this is a real opportunity for professional development in the UK, that only 13% of the designers felt that they were expert in some of these environmental processes. 31% felt they were proficient, but a very significant proportion of them simply don't necessarily have the tools they need to be able to build sustainable design credentials into their projects. And this is a major opportunity for Design Council. So they're going to be able to put a major focus on building the competence of the design sector in the UK to be able to respond to the challenges of the future. The last example that I would like to share is from Latvia. And I think one of the key things I would say in terms of design policy is that it is a journey. I feel very privileged that I have been working in Latvia for nearly 12 years now. I've done various different initiatives, research, supporting them to develop Latvia's first design policy, running a large-scale European project, building capacity for public service and policy design within the government, and also supporting them to develop an innovation lab. And now we're really looking at the interplay between what is happening at a national level in Latvia and at a municipal level. So how can we build capacity for design-led innovation at multiple levels of governance in Latvia? Again, we've been looking at what the composition of the ecosystem is and understanding how that feeds into Latvia's particular strengths in the Baltic region. And they developed a very comprehensive design policy which looks at a number of different themes. And again, I would just like to pull out the theme around design and state and transforming the nature of the dialogue between citizens and the government. And we've been looking at how do you build internal capacity within the government to implement digital public services and design-driven policy. And so we've been developing a model to look at how we think about what the proposition for a policy lab is within government and what are the different governance models that they should operate, because these labs obviously have very different specific cultural contexts. Latvia is a really exciting place for innovation because after the fall of the Soviet Union, there was a real opportunity to be a phoenix from the ashes and rebuild digital design-led government. And this is something that they have really embraced. So it's exciting to see where they're going in this space. And what we're doing is we're supporting the lab to move from having just 6 people and focusing only on design and digital and to a space in the future where there could be 15 people looking at all sorts of elements of design, foresight, system analysis as part of a wider tool set within the public sector in Latvia. So those are just to kind of a little bit of food for thought for you, looking at where design and policy and strategy is happening around the world and maybe condensing a few lessons for what you might do here in Taiwan next. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Richard, for your insightful presentation. Thank you. Please return to your seat. Our next speaker is Professor Mai Thi Nguyen, Director of the Design Lab and Professor of Urban Studies and Planning at the University of California, San Diego. She will be addressing the topic Designing Beyond Borders, San Diego and Tijuana, and providing insights into design solutions required for complex societal challenges, along with transcending geopolitical boundaries. Let's now give a warm welcome to Professor Nguyen. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me here. This is my first time in Taiwan and my first time visiting TDRI, and everything that I've seen is very impressive. And the best part is all of the staff that have just created this warm environment and have been treating us very, very well. I welcome you all to San Diego and Tijuana next year when we host the 2024 World Design Capital. I'm going to talk about the unique characteristics of design within my region where I live, but also then how that feeds into how we measure the impact of design. How many of you have been to San Diego, Tijuana? Okay, everybody in the front here. What do you like about San Diego, Tijuana? What are the things that stand out? The scale of the city. It's very human-centered, human-sized. Yeah. What else? Dr. Liu, what do you like about San Diego, Tijuana? Yeah. President Chiu, what do you like about San Diego? The oceans, yes. So people usually think about the ocean, the beaches, the zoos, but there's a lot more to San Diego, Tijuana, which I will talk about. San Diego, Tijuana has this incredible multicultural fusion of food, of culture, of sights, sounds, and that's one of the main reasons why we won the bid to be the World Design Capital. In 2017, a group of leaders, design leaders, came together in San Diego and said, we're going to host a series of workshops to think about our identity as designers and our identity as a design region. And they came up, they started dreaming big, and they said, well, maybe we could be the World Design Capital. Now, nobody thinks of San Diego as a design capital in the US. They often think of New York or Chicago, but definitely not San Diego. So this was a big dream, right, in 2017. Fast forward, in 2021, we actually won the bid. And it wasn't just San Diego, but it was San Diego, Tijuana, because as we went out into the community and asked designers about design within the region, they said, you know, we can't forget about Tijuana because San Diego does not exist without Tijuana, our neighbor to the south. And so we put in a binational bid, made history by being the first cross-border region to win the World Design Capital and the first city in the US to be the World Design Capital. So in less than a month, we will be hosting our designation year. So this video here just gives you a little bit of insight into the unique characteristics of design within our binational region.
San Diego, Tijuana, World Design Capital, 2024. From global pandemics to climate change, contentious geopolitics to calls for social justice and inclusivity, many around the globe are rethinking ways to solve complex problems. San Diego, Tijuana is on the cutting edge of addressing these challenges. Our two independent yet deeply connected cities are using design-driven innovation to meet those issues head-on, with histories, cultures, resources and challenges that are both shared and distinctive. Our communities know our future is autonomous and collective. By recognizing our similarities and embracing our differences, we are rewriting border narratives, setting new standards for global partnership and redefining what a binational home can be. Home is where life takes root. Home should be a sanctuary, a place of love, security, stability, a place that welcomes all people and species, temporary and permanent. But for some, that home does not exist. And we believe that through design, we can elevate everyone's experience of home.
Welcome home.
Whether we are designing a product, a production, a system, a communications tool, or an experience, in our binational region, home stands for the key values we hold ourselves to. People are at the center of everything we do. Human-centered design has begun to influence our government, social systems, and industry. We celebrate the diversity of people, cultures, and disciplines that make our region unique. We're home to some of the world's most avant-garde thinkers, makers, and doers, who understand the border is a wall as well as a bridge. Our environment and architectural tradition reflects that experimental approach, fusing history and future. San Diego, Tijuana has been a home for cross-border policy innovation and cultural exchange for decades, in spite of a border that artificially divides us. Using creativity, innovation, cutting-edge scientific research, mobility and infrastructure development, and complex systems of cooperation, transformative changes are already reshaping our landscape, society, and economy. That's because discovery is in our DNA. We are interdependent communities of risk-takers who have long fostered life-changing experimentation that is improving the world, saving lives, and sustaining critical resources. Design is a key ingredient to those initiatives, ensuring that sustainability, equity, well-being, collaboration, and inclusion enhance the life and legacy of our region. Becoming the World Design Capital will be a catalyst, amplifying these initiatives, creating both local transformation and global conversation, affecting communities far beyond the region. It's time to build a new binational home for design in San Diego, Tijuana. San Diego, Tijuana, World Design Capital, 2024.
So home was our theme, which you saw there was humanity-centered design, being open, being multicultural, and also being experimental. And we really do think that through design, we can connect our communities across the border. And you know what we like to think about in terms of this designation is that we really do want to exemplify the design that transcends borders, right? The type of design that transcends language, culture, geography, political barriers, and that is going to make us more interconnected and create a more equitable future. San Diego and Tijuana share a 250-year, very long history, right? Up until the 1980s, the border wall didn't exist. We didn't have a fence there. It was actually, the border was just a line in the dirt. It was called La Línea. And over time, we built that wall. But even with that border wall, it's still the busiest land border crossing in the world. On a daily basis, we have 120,000 passenger vehicles that cross the border, 63,000 pedestrians, and 6,000 trucks crossing, which means that we are rewriting these border narratives, that we're already so interconnected. And that's not the narrative, I think, that gets shown across the world. We like to think of the type of design that we do as focusing really on complex, deep-rooted societal problems, because as many of you know who have been to the region, there's a lot of disparity between San Diego and Tijuana, right? That San Diego has a lot more prosperity than Tijuana, but even though they're very interconnected. And we think about the way we do design as really co-designing with the populations that we serve. Because to come up with the right solutions, you have to be working with the people that you're serving. So here are the things that people often don't know about our region. These are the designs that define our region. We have art and culture. You can see here Dr. Seuss. He actually lived in La Jolla and wrote many of the Dr. Seuss books from San Diego. We've got an incredible life science industry, over 500 companies that are in the life science sector within 5 miles of UC San Diego, which is where I'm at. The polio vaccine was created at the Salk Institute there. We've got an incredible sports and leisure industry. The creation of surfboards and skateboards, a lot of that comes from being in this sunshine city. Craft brewery, beer brewery, there are 150 craft breweries in San Diego, 30 in Tijuana, so very strong craft brewery industry. 25% of our economy in San Diego is in defense, and they use a lot of design. Lots of innovations come out from the defense industry. We are also connected, San Diego, Tijuana, by the ocean and by land. And so we've got a blue economy and a green economy that's connected. And then we've got incredible technology and innovation. I mean, similar to Taiwan, we've got the Fortune 500 company Qualcomm, and the founder of Qualcomm was a professor at UC San Diego, Irwin Jacobs, who started Qualcomm. So you can see there's an image of our library at UC San Diego. It's the Geisel Library, named after Dr. Seuss, who's Theodore Geisel. So these are the types of design that defines our region that not a lot of people around the globe know about. So how do you measure the impact of design? Because that's what we're talking about today. And when we were asked to measure the impact of design, because as a World Design Capital you have to do that, I thought, you know what, it's going to be easy, because there's 8 other World Design Capitals that have done this, right? Measured the impact. And then when I read all of those impact studies, I thought, well, our region looks nothing like Valencia or Taipei. So really what I've learned by doing this research, and really this is the beginning process of actually measuring the impact of design in our region, is that it's very contextual. The first step that we have to take is actually to define what design is. And every single city has to do that. And so every single impact study is going to look very different. So just to take a slice, we're going to measure a lot of different types of impacts: economic impact, social impact, environmental impact. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about the economic impact analysis so that you have a sense of the challenges that we face, not just by measuring design, but design also in a cross-border binational region. So similar to Valencia, we're going to conduct an input-output analysis, which means that we'll measure the direct, the indirect, and the induced impacts of the design sector. And then what we have to do, because we're studying 2 countries, is that we're going to create a model for San Diego, an impact model for San Diego, and then one for Tijuana, and then combine them. Sounds simple enough, but when you go through the process, it's not quite that simple. There we go. So how do you define the design sector in San Diego, Tijuana? The first step that we're going to take is to look at the North American Industry Classification System, the NAICS codes. So we have a system where we classify industries. And we can look at the classifications to say, well, the tier 1 industries are the ones that, pretty much all of us can agree that they are design related, right? Like landscape design or industrial design. And then the tier 2 industries are those that may not necessarily be directly or all design, but they have designers working in them. So there's different tiers. And then we figure out, well, what percentage of people actually work in those industries that are designers. And that's the next step. We take a look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics data, a different set of data, and look at their staffing patterns to see how many designers identify themselves as designers within certain sectors. And so then we look at employment data to determine how many people work as designers across different sectors. And then the third task is then to look at both current and historical data and look at time series data on employment, on output and earnings for the design profession and the design sector. So then that's how we're starting to define the design sector. And there's lots of, if you look at the codes, this is just one code here just to give you a sense of what it looks like. The first code is 541. It's professional, scientific, and technical services, and they have all of these different design-related services underneath them. So that's just one code. So we're going to look at hundreds of codes and then classify them about whether or not they're design or design adjacent, the tier 2, and then calculate the percentage of employees that are designers that work in design adjacent sectors. So what are the challenges? There are lots of challenges. We're working with AECOM. I know some of you are familiar with AECOM. They're a consulting firm who are helping us to really, what I'll call massage the data, because there's no perfect data, right? So you've got to figure out how to actually put it in your model. So data availability is a challenge. The US has better data than Mexico. Mexico's data is spotty, and their economic data only comes out every 5 years or so. So we have to figure out what to do with spotty data in Mexico. We are also have to do unlike other World Design Capital cities that have one city, we actually have to do 3 layers of analysis. We have to look at the impact analysis for the United States, Mexico, and then the binational region. So there are many more steps involved in this. And then we have to create a binational model. So we make assumptions, or we create the model for the US, make some assumptions for Mexico because their data is less good, and then we combine and integrate these models. And so we're actually having to come up with some new novel methodologies that haven't been done before. We're working with economists both in the US as well as in Mexico to help us really ground truth this data and really make sure that our models are fit within the context within which we're working. And then that's the secondary data sources that we have. And then what we also have in our program are hundreds and hundreds of community events, initiatives, projects that we also have to measure the impact of. So we opened up a submission process where individuals and organizations can submit their ideas for design-related projects, and we received over 300 of them. And so we're going to analyze the impacts of these projects as well. Just to give you some examples of some of these projects, this is the Bay de Park Paseo project, and it is an activation along the sidewalk of a 1.7-mile pedestrian experience that starts at the bay, the water, along Park Boulevard, all the way to Balboa Park, which is our crown jewel, this public park. And 12 design firms are going to activate that pedestrian, stretch of Park Boulevard. And this is one of the activations. They're actually creating an art project, a butterfly on a bridge. And you can imagine 12 different design firms, each stretch will be a different type of activation. And this is supposed to encourage people to walk more. Here in Taiwan, you all walk very much in Taipei, But in San Diego, not so much. So we're trying to encourage more walking. And then there are a number of other projects. The Kumeyaay Design Project, which is, the Kumeyaay are the indigenous group that their native lands are in San Diego. And they are going to be sharing, creating an exhibit and sharing their Kumeyaay designs, both in San Diego and also in Tijuana. We also have a problem with wastewater and pollution. Along the Tijuana River Valley, the pollution and trash and wastewater actually runs down into San Diego every time it rains. And so the problems that we have don't stop at the border just because we have the border. And so there's a proposal to create a waterless toilet that converts the compost converts the waste into nutrient-rich compost and addresses these pollution issues that we have along the Tijuana River Valley. And then we're learning from each other also, from being this cross-border region. So interestingly enough, we have a group that said, in Mexico, we do a better job of planning for our death. We talk about it, we actually have programs, but in the US, that's not something that Americans typically talk about and plan for. So they have a project on designing a good death. What does that look like? What are the services? What are the gaps in services that they can provide? And there are lessons learned between Mexico and the US. And then there are a number of incredibly interesting and inspirational art projects. This is one that's called the Border Crossers. And these are robots that are inflatable. So they don't look like they look stiff here, but they're actually, there's air inside of them. And it's a performance where they have a procession of people behind these robots. And then they fill them up with air and they launch them over the border wall. And there's this, it's meant to be provocative and to spark ideas about transcending borders and being able to dream about connecting across the border. So those are, some examples of our community projects. And then we've got a whole host of qualitative impacts that we're also going to measure. I talked about the quantitative economic analysis, but there's a lot of qualitative impacts that we'll measure. These building bridges instead of walls, the networks that we're creating right now between people in San Diego and Tijuana, the institutions that we're connecting, the ecosystem. Anna talked about the ecosystem of design. We're creating this incredible ecosystem of design that's already having impact in our region. We're also elevating a design within K-12 education, also in community colleges and four-year colleges. So all along the educational spectrum, design is going to be infused within our educational system. And it'll be more accessible to a large number of people. We're also infusing design in government decision-making. We are hiring a chief design officer for the city of San Diego, and also in talks about hiring a chief design officer for the city of Tijuana. And then, through design, we can elevate the reputation and stature of our region. Our region is not necessarily known for all of the incredible design-driven innovations that I mentioned here. As you know, people think of San Diego as this very laid-back beach community, but there's incredible innovations coming out of San Diego, Tijuana. Just to give you one example, any of you have used Global Entry or any known traveler type of tools to travel through air? Well, that was actually prototyped along our border. It was the Century Pass that they created, the known traveler program. Because before they had that, every time you would go up to the border to cross the border, they would treat you as if you'd never crossed before. So the lines were very long. And they decided, how can we make this better? How can we design a system that would actually allow people to cross the border more quickly? And the Century Lane was created, this known traveler entry. And that's been adopted throughout the world. And it started in San Diego, Tijuana. We're also not known as an arts and culture hub, although we have incredible arts and culture in our community. Alicia Keys lives in San Diego. People may not know that. Carlos Santana was born in Tijuana. And so there are incredible talents coming out of our region. And then, you know, through design, we can also attract talent to our region. And that's something that our businesses are telling us. You know, the reason why they're interested in this, the private sector, is that they see this as a tool, becoming a design and innovation hub and letting the world know about that. It's one way to attract talent. How do we track that, though, and measure the impact of that? And that's something that we'll be thinking about as we move forward with this project. With that, thank you very much, and gracias.
Thank you, Professor Nguyen, for your engaging presentation. Thank you. I believe that from the presentation of the two speakers just now, everyone has gained insight into how innovative design can be integrated into public policy through real-life examples. Now we will take an intermission. We will resume at 3:05. Thank you and see you later. Ladies and gentlemen, our event will commence in 3 minutes. Please take your seats. Also, please kindly ensure that your mobile phones are switched to silent mode. Thank you for your patience and your cooperation. Distinguished guests, welcome back to the International Forum on New Frontiers in Design Research. Next, we are honored to welcome our third speaker of the afternoon session, Professor Shyhnan Liou, Vice President of Research and Development at the TDRI, to present on developing city design power index model, inspiring various strategies and possibilities for urban design capacity. Let's welcome Professor Liu. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Today I'm reporting to you, it's an ongoing project. So I entitled Developing City Power Index Model. So we have to be very humble that it's a developing process. So TDI welcome your input. Okay. You know, since I received the assignment from the WTO, the president and our president, TDI, to develop an evaluation model to present the design power of a certain city. So, you know, I just look forward any, you know, model around. And the first challenge is design power is impressed concept, okay? Meaning that it's intangible. Just the talk this morning that intangible media transform the intangible to the tangible. So this is my attempt. So I reflect, I framework this job. I take the process model as an ABC. You know, it's a very general model adopted by the behavioral social science that if you want to represent implicit concept, you always identify the antecedent of the implicit behavior. And the behavior and the consequence of the behavior. That's the ABC. Is that okay? So this is my research method to present the design power. So beyond that, you know, we are not only taking the process model, we just want to provide a diagnosis and a treatment model. Meaning that, you know, it's not only to describe the design power of a certain city, but we hope that since you diagnose the status of design power of your city, and you will know what kind of the design strategy to adapt, to boost, to enhance the design power, as the Anna just mentioned that. The other side is what impact or effect we can expect from the city design power. Actually, Mai had mentioned that direct and indirect. We can describe the immediate outcome if you intervene some activity boosting the design power. But as many of you may know, that people concerned a better city actually impact in the following domain, that's the increased economic achievement, right? Cultural something, for example, cultural diversity, or the democracy in the social aspect, or the sustainability something. So another challenge is, if we lobby people that you should engage in increasing the design power, they will say, okay, but so what? Because people are always concerned the impact economically, culturally, or even ecologically. So, we attempt to relate it, the desired outcome to the design power impact. So it's the indirect impact. So this is the whole model we just deploy to develop our mission. So, we conduct serious study for this model development. First of all, we are doing a very comprehensive review of existing international indicators. Because, existing indicators, they may have the data, they have some, definition. And besides that, simultaneously, we also to examine whether the theoretical foundation of the ABC model. So we review all the existing theory about design power, actually at a different level. Some theory cover the organizational level of the design power. Some theory cover the city or nation. It's a cross-level issue. I will detail later. Okay, so we have a theory-driven as explaining foundation. We have the indicator data-driven as the empirical evidence. So integrate together, we will come out our design power index 1.0, and we invite experts from the WDC or different area from different country to have an expert review. And then we using the Taiwanese data to validate the model, and also we just try to adapt the current data science for better visualization. As Anna just mentioned, that we should provide a very intuitive data to empower the decision maker to quick give sense making of the what's going on in the city and the policy making. And the following, I say that is a developing model, so we have some longitudinal study. We hope that collaborate with Pau and the Mai. So first of all, allow me to quick update to you. Even though there's no much, even just few design power index, but we also look for the relevant index, for example, creativity, innovation, and competitiveness. And we also find city sustainability or the resilience. They have some common interest, conceptually relevance. So we just digest all these index. And I would like to say this is our first finding. As you can see that different index system, they have a different area they focus. In the social science, it's a level of analysis. Okay, so some level are country, some level are city, and some level are organization. And the topic is covered design, happy, or well-being. So you can see that. And if you use our ABC model, you can see that, they always have the incomplete element. For example, OECD covered the B and C, but without the antecedent, the causes. So this is our contribution that we provide a more complete and a more, a process-based model drawing on the existing data. I think it is a big achievement. This is, a complete. My colleague that Yeh-Chin, that she really, engaged in this study. She analyzed all the WDC, okay, and the strategy they adopt, and the effect they have. So, we have a very preliminary study about what the previous WDC, the strategy they adopt, and the process, the activity they, intervene, and the effect. So this is very variable. Maybe you are interested in that, right? But different time, different WDC have different context. For example, Professor Xu always remind me that the context different. For example, the digitalization, right? The smartness of the city. Maybe decade before, there is no digitalization issue, but now it's the key for city modernization. So, context matter is our awareness for the so far study. So, with the comprehensive indicator, we just doing some calculation. We just, you can say we use the hierarchical clustering. We invite experts from the different area of the TDRI, and they just recategorize the existing indicator to the ABC model. Besides, simultaneously, we just review the relevant theory. This also, complete by the Jill. That she doing a very comprehensive review of the relevant model in the different areas. For example, the global index. That's the CY introduced to me that to assess the national innovation indicator. So, we are very encouraged to find that implicitly, all the relevant theory have the process-based model. Is that okay? They identify the sources, that's the A, enabling condition. And also, they identify some key behavior or activity, and the outcome and the impact. So, our second contribution in developing the model is provide an explanatory theoretical framework, and we just recategorize the available index to the right category. So you will better know what the indicate, what the index represent your phenomena. So this is our effort. I quickly introduce the model. Actually, this is a model just, the Mai mentioned about the design council. Okay? So ABC. So this is our ABC model 1.0. We have the 3 pillars in each category, and we developed 9 constructs around that. Okay. Drawing on the version, we invite the expert to review and to check whether our model is how do you say, the psychological reality and context sensitivity. So this is what we have now in the design strategy. We have three pillars, or you can say the construct. Construct meaning not the theoretical idea. So the financial support, human development, and design infrastructure. So Mai, you just say that the talent may be the outcome, but the talent may be the input for the next development. So we should consider about the causal model during the temporal sequential, meaning that at a different time, they have a different meaning of the indicator. So this is our insight. And the design activity cover the dynamics of industries, operation, creative professionals, and R&D innovation. And also the impact. Maybe Pau, you will detail that, right? So the economic, social, and the environmental outcome. So this is our study now. And then the next, we want to conduct some empirical validation, which we want to provide evidence base and to elaborate our model. We are very happy that we're using the Taiwanese data across 22 cities, and from the 2010 to 2023. As you say, that data will be the very most important basis. So we use the existing data, even though the data not yet massaged very well, because the lack data or another issue. However, the modeling test showing the support for the model, we say that it's a partial mediation model, 5分钟. Okay, so you can see that the sign is the significant support our model. The other is we categorized Taiwanese city in two parts. One is more functionality oriented. I mean that is the capital city, and the other will be the more rural, more culture oriented. Culture and the technology really showing the different pattern of the route. So this is the powerful of our model. For example, the tech-savvy metropolis, for example, the Taipei, Hsinchu, you can see that if you engage the human development and the financial support, the direct impact will high in the industry dynamic. And then turn out there are significant economic outcome. But in the cultural tourism city like Taidong or the rural site, you can see if you engage some design infrastructure or the financial support, it is significant, activate the industry dynamic, but the impact will be the social outcome, meaning that the people more engaged, participate in the cultural event, but there is no, significant effect in the economic outcome. So this is our first attempt to contextualize and patternize the different route of the ABC model. We also have all the cities data and have a preliminary ranking. One interesting and a very constructive finding that the performance in this ranking have a significant related to their public perception about achievement of certain city. And also, our model is not just for ranking, and we even discourage the ranking. But, you can find your distinctive feature as a city branding, meaning that you just present your representative image of a city. As, Professor Xu always, advised me that cities should have their own character and how you want to introduce yourself to the public. So Taipei City, you know, they are very good in the design industry, company talent. So, you know, we recognize the best design economy city. And Hsinchu is a high-tech, you know, zone. So the mayor very care about the citizens' perception of the city. So it most appreciate public service and indicate really, you know, support the image. And Taiwan was a happy city of culture. Sorry, the time limits I cannot detail, but it's our finding. So you can see that, you know, the city branding from our model, you can identify your distinctive feature, and you can also identify how you make it. I mean, using the process model to explain how and why. Okay. You know, GE, our president just said, you know, you should adopt the current declaration to make it more, you know, readable for the user. So we engage the data visualization of our index in this, you know, relatively sophisticated system. So you can see there's a dashboard that presents the different indicator of a certain city or certain community. So you can upload your data. For example, you are Taipei City, and you select the year you want to know. And you're presenting color. So you can see that it's, you know, display. And you also can, you know, have a multiple city. For example, you want to compare the Taoyuan and the Taipei, and maybe the same year, or, you know, the different year of the one city, and you can see the change. So this is first attempt, and we work with the MIT, the Professor Michael appeared this morning. That. Also, we will have a geographical presentation of the physical and even psychological components. So if you combine these indicators together, you provide a holistic presentation. So you can see the distribution of the museum. You can detail the museum or the design company and go back. So this is the language, visualize the indicator, okay? So because of time, so I want to stop here. I think the next will be very, how do you say that, high opportunity that since, you know, Taipei have the WDC 2016 Valencia, right? And the Santiago. So we will have the data for the longitudinal study. You know, actually, I prepare many data for review of the design city, but maybe, you know, we find some time to share for the next. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Liu, for your insightful presentation. Thank you. Last but not least, we're pleased to welcome our fourth speaker, Professor Pau Rausell-Koster from the Department of Applied Economy at the University of Valencia. He will be addressing design-driven innovation, upscaling from micro results to design impacts in city through culture and creative activities, exploring how culture and creativity can enhance urban performance to support the cultural sectors of cities and enhance overall effectiveness. Please give him a warm welcome. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad to be here. I'm very honored to be invited by the TDRI and Professor Shyhnan Liou. I am impressed with the presentation. I want this data dashboard for my city to see all the design physical spaces mapped in the city. This is very impressive work. Our work is less ambitious as to build a complete index about design. We try only to measure which is the impact of a very limited action that is a world design capital. That this is something that happens during one period of time that is 1 year. So this is a limited approach. But we want to framework that in a more comprehensive framework. So we do some research for the Regional Association of Designers in the region of Valencia, and then we work also with this database, and it's clear in these studies, it is very clear that the use of design, the design orientation of the companies increase the innovation of companies. What is not completely clear is that innovation implies always better company results. And that's a bit strange. That could be explained by two reasons. One is if all companies innovate, then we are all biking to be in the same place with the same competitive, or that we innovate through design or through design-oriented innovation, but we don't take advantage of the market competitiveness. So probably we don't use very well the pricing model or something like that. But then with the results, we make a question that could be that cities oriented or focuses to design, probably they will not have good performance results. And then we plot in this map, this is we have in horizontal, we have the increase, the labor productivity. That is not only an economic indicator. Labor productivity means how many added value could produce a worker in a city. That means if this worker or this citizen is healthy, happy, with well-being, not losing many times in commuting over the city, could produce more. There's not only an economic indicator, but it's an indicator that could approach to the performance of the city. And we plot in this, so we have the productivity, the labor productivity, and the increase of the labor productivity since the year of the crisis. And we can see that there are some cities, like San Diego, that is good in both dimensions, but there are many other cities that focus on design. These are cities that have been World Design Capital or are UNESCO Creative Cities on design. So that, well, they are not very well positioned in this plot. So could be, and then we make some reflection about how to increase the good performance of the use of design in the cities. And then we use the concept that I am going to explain of the cultural city. The cultural city is a combination, this is the framework. The hypothesis is that in the field of culture and creativity, we have evidence that to use culture and creativity increase the performance of the city, measured in this way. So we try to see if we use design through this model could improve the performance of the city. That means that if design is the medicine, the cultural and creative sectors are the vein of blood through which to dispense this medicine in the city. And which is this model with this framework about the cultural city? Well, from the perspective of the culture and creativity, a city has three dimensions. The first dimension is a repository. A city is a repository of things, of material things, but not only material things, but symbols, narratives, storytellings, and so on. So we put over the time things over a territory. We put a factory, a tobacco factory, and we put streets, and we put gardens, and so on. So If we use design to improve this part of the city, that means that we use design to increase the value of the symbolic resources embedded in the city. What means that? We use design, we use space design to refurbish this building, but it's not only material refurbishing, we change the narrative. This was a company of tobacco that is not very well related with well-being and health of the population, but this is also related with the Japanese colonial period. And then we convert through design in an element that is looking for the future and the use of design and creativity for the future of the city. And from a tobacco company, it becomes a center of research in design and industry. This is the role of design, the reuse of all these elements through new narratives. And then we need, of course, we need architects, we need space designers, of course, but we need also filmmakers, writers, journalists, and so on, because we have to change the significance of this heritage of the city, and to increase the value. But the city is also a very efficient connective interface, and it's a place where we agglomerate things, and we have to design how not to collapse, because to put things together has some risk. We have to manage to not collapse, not provoke a collapse of the space, and then we have to think about urban mobility, and we have to about how to organize the market, how the workers goes to place to work, and so on. No? But the most important thing from the point of view of culture and creativity is that the city is the best space to exchange ideas, to merge, to make cross-fertilization, and design should design the city to improve all these connections. So how to increase the value? Improving the efficacy of the city as interface, connecting people, ideas, and projects, and also to manage this space of governance, because it's a space of communication, but this is also a space of conflict, of different interests, and so on. So we have to design how to manage this power balance and this relation of powers in the city. And finally, and this is very important, the city is the place where we live, and we want to live in very good places, enriched, where we can share experience, where we can express ourselves, when we can be moved by others, and so on. So the city, in this sense, is the stage or the scenario of our need of express ourselves, to share with others, to be moved, to be engaged with others, to the sense of belonging with a community, and so on. And design should create and generate public and private spaces for this creative and sensorial experience, and of course should help to increase the literacy, the digital literacy, but the art and the artistic literacy also, and should provide good professions, good salaries, not only a place to work, but a place to work as part of life. Then this is the third dimension of the use of design. Well, in this context of this city, this three dimension between the heritage city, the smart city, and the creative city, that we call this combination, the cultural city, what is a world design capital? Well, a world design capital is, we have some organization that monopolize the label of world design capital and give it to the cities over time, but what is a kind of festival. It's a festival, that things that happens during 1 year in a city. In this festival, one of the goals of this festival, and in this sense of the smart city, is densify the space of connection between the design ecosystem that we were speaking before and the city, understood as a whole. Government of the city, but also citizens, but also education system, health system, and so on, mobility system, and so on. So this is a festival that could densify, that means that could increase the level of connection between all these ecosystems and the design ecosystem. And it's also an opportunity to showcase the potentialities of design to improve the service provision and market competitiveness. Showcase, because really, so only exceptionally, we make physical things through the World Design Capital. We change, you are speaking about projects that will change physically the city, but it's not the usual approach. No? We make things only to showcase these potentialities of design to improve the services. And finally, increase the festival, increase the richness of the life experience of participants as creative professionals or citizens when they go to the events in the World Design Capital. Well, we tried to measure that could be that you could do it better or in a normal way, in an excellent way, and the impacts will be bigger in the second case. So, what we measure in the case of Valencia? Well, we measure the economic impact, but as a tourist value. So, as the attractiveness of the city as tourist destination. That means, if you can see, finally, we have 454,000 visitors to the events. We have 302 events in the year 2022. We have 454,000 visitors. That means that 8,000 of the population, that is more or less the 5% of the population, goes to an event of the World Design Capital. We have to keep that in mind. That is a more or less limited amount of people. You cannot change the city only affecting the 5% of the... Of course, there are other parts of the population that receive a message from the World Design Capital through media, social nets, and so on. But directly, that in a deliberate way goes to an event in the city related with the World Design Capital, 80,000 people. And then we have 60,000 from the rest of the region, and then we have 82,000 from the rest of Spain, and then we have 36,000 from abroad. That is and these have, of course, an economic impact and a multiplier that is quite acceptable. Well, but I don't know if there is the most interesting thing of the question. No? And then we can calculate the tax impact, the impact on the added value, the impact on revenues, the impact on the brand, counting the times that the city appears in media and so on, and there is a advertisement value that we can calculate. But this is probably not the most interesting question of the economic impact. Sorry. Because we follow the people, we make a lot of surveys of people that is going to the events, and then we try to take some indicators about the social impact. That means if something changed in behaviors, attitudes, values, before comparing after the World Design Capital and before. No? And the methodology is quite simple. We asked before, we have a lot of questions asked before because there is a local service, a statistical service that makes regularly sociological surveys, and also we have a lot of information previous the World Design Capital, and then we repeat the questions after the World Design Capital. And we don't detect, in the general population, we don't detect big changes. So, general well-being, reduce before, but it's not statistically significant, the reduction. Satisfaction for living in Valencia, increase, but this is not statistically significant. Perception of the improvement of the city, increase, but there is not statistically significant. Is Valencia a comfortable city for living, decrease, and is statistically significant? Interest in politics, increase, but we don't know if we can relate that with the World Design Capital, because we have no control variables. What happens in another city is a very political moment, very complicated in Spain with the polarization and so on. Also, probably this is a general increase in the interest in politics. Importance of personal life, of belongings, and that is related with the engagement, citizen engagement that increase, and this is statistically significant as the political increase. Social cohesion, no changes. This reduces the importance of the physical environment, because the World Design Capital is focused on questions related with physical design, so space design and so on, and that decrease, but there is is not statistically significant, and then the interest of design increase and is statistically significant. So there is some nudge in the process, but it's a limited nudge. No? Now we are trying to measure, because this is about the total of the population of Valencia. Now we are trying to reconstruct the samples of the previous years to compare only those people that participate in the World Design Capital. Not the global sample, but with statistical techniques to rebuild the samples of the previous years, counting only people that went to the events of the World Design Capital. And this is all. We have to keep in mind that the impact over the general population is more or less limited, as should be. We cannot change values, attitudes, relationships with the rate of repetition is, as average, is 2.1. So that means that as citizens, as normal citizens, that goes, part of this 5% goes 2 times in a year to an event related with the World Design Capital. It's a very small dose of medicine to change things, no? And that's the approach. And we are now completing with these specific sub-samples of people that participate, not in the general population. Well, we have to use design to increase the value of symbolic resources. We have to improve the efficacy of this process of connecting ideas and people and so on. And we have to use design to enrich and intensify the quality of citizens' daily, professional, and personal experience through design. And with this approach, probably the city's focuses on design could improve the global performance of the city. Thank you very much for your kind of.
Thank you, Professor Rausell-Koster, for your informative presentation. Thank you. Let's once again express our gratitude to all of our speakers with a round of applause. Distinguished guests, we will now take another 50-minute intermission. The panel discussion for the third topic will commence at 4 o'clock. Please be back before then. Thank you for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, our event will begin in 1 minute. Please take your seats. And also remember to switch your phone to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
好像之前就有给了，然后他们等一下说会直接切给你。对，那我要等一下的主持人，好像等一下他在讲的，等一下他们在讲的时候，那个 PPT 上面会有。对对对。我还是讲说大家可以。对对对对。我记得讲者的脸出来的时候，旁边会有一个 QR code。对。哦，我想起来了。对，好。
Distinguished guests, welcome back to our forum. Next, we will proceed to the panel discussion for topic 3. Before we start, we would like to invite everyone to scan the QR code on the screen and enter Slido to submit any questions you may have for our panelists. And now, let's give a warm welcome to our moderator for this panel discussion, Professor Yeh-Chin, Adjunct Professor of the Graduate of Architecture, National Yangming Jiaotong University, and consultant of the TDRI. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Can you hear? Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yeh-Chin. I am a former vice president of ACOM in Building Places Asia. And then luckily, after I retired last year, I came back to Taiwan after more than 20 years. And I'm now teaching at several universities, including National Jiaotong, Yangming Jiaotong University, and also Taiwan University of Science and Technology, and Shuenn-Ren University. And some of my PhD students are actually here today, so that makes me a little bit nervous. Okay, okay, PhD students, raise your hands. Well, I always tell them they are the future. So we just try to pave the way for them as good as we can. And it's my great privilege actually to moderate this seminar. That's the final session for today's great event. We've heard since this morning a lot of inspiring speech. I myself learned a lot. There's keywords I keep hearing again and again that actually we can even consolidate into the main thing that's very related to what we're going to discuss, like the future, the prospect, and the democracy, the collectiveness, culture, and how to contingency, all those things. So those are what we're going to talk about in more details lately. So before that, apologize for giving me some moments to frame, because there's so many different talks. And then since the afternoon session is more focused on how to establish a working model from the best practice, from different specialists and scholars' experience, and to formulate a guidance, as we call it, Cities Design Power Index. So I would like to spend like 5 minutes to frame our focus of the discussion, following discussion. As the great architect Louis Kahn once said, a city is a place where a small boy, when he walks through it, may see something he wants to do his whole life. So that's the magic of a city. If a city does have its magic. So let's just imagine strolling through the hearts of any cities or metropolis where stories of the past and present whisper around in every corner. Building rising from the ground and open spaces inviting spontaneously gatherings and quiet contemplation. This vivid urban experience is the result of a more profound than simple accidents or random arrangements. It is the embodiment of the power of city design, a force that shapes the soul of a city, guides its development, cultivates its identity, and shapes its future. In an era characterized by unprecedented urban growth and transformation, the concept of city design power has become a central theme in the field of urban planning and architecture. In addition to the aesthetic appeal of skyscraper, public squares and gardens, layout of the community, infrastructure, even the smallest detail of city may have a huge impact on the life of its residents. So the impact extends even far beyond the visual realm, weaving itself into fabric of social interaction, economic dynamics, and environmental sustainability. Design power, in short, is a force formed through the act of design that can change the status quo. So what is design power anyway? Design power, as I see it, is very incomplete, can be literally divided into design and power. Design is the method and approach, and the power is the force created through the design method and approach that the goal of changing the status quo of a particular object or city is achieved. So following that concept, the design power of a city refers to the ability of urban planning and architecture to shape the physical, social, and economic aspect of a city. It includes the placement of buildings, infrastructure, public spaces, and transportation networks to promote a sustainable, functional, and aesthetically pleasant urban environment. Anyhow, as we see, a city is much more than that. A city includes the cohesive interaction, the communication between different races or different social class, and the profound economic growth and much more. So when we try to define what is a design and what does design do to the city, how to categorize them, how to prioritize what we should do next, how to make that into the policy for the next, we realize that it's a very complex and complicated job that we have to take over, kind of look into all the spectrum of what a city life can be, what is a good city, how to define that, and how to make sure that the democracy aspect, the inclusiveness, like Mao just said, the fairness, the social justice, the over the cross the border. Like I was so impressed to see the slides. We see the fence in the middle, but the picture is one picture. I think that is something abstract but real. Abstract in the way that it shows the ideal of a city, but the real is really there. How to make it happen, how to have a kind of a consistent measurement device that can help us to find the gap and to help us to make policy according to what we decide to do next. Okay, so I think those are the things we're going to talk about today. And so without further ado, I would just like to invite all the speakers. Okay, so I want to make it more casual events. So, yes. Okay, but as my students and my wife said, I'm always too serious. I make things too seriously, so I prepare everything, but then I turn into a mess, like I lost my pen. Okay. So I'll just start gradually. Okay, I'll start well, we do have questionnaires, but yeah, but okay, we do have a questionnaires, but I think it's the end of the day, and everyone has a lot of idea. So I would like to start from Paul, because what you just mentioned, I think you have done a very good job. It's a very complicated and challenging job, because after Valencia was elected as the design city, in 1 year you have to really do some kind of measurement to see the impact. But as a practitioner myself for like almost 30 years, I don't think we can really find the meaningful data. Maybe that's why I think you're very kind of direct to say, oh, the impact may be not too big enough. But what we see this as from your experience, what you explained, do you want to explore more of the challenge you face? Because how we use the indicator, in a more pragmatic way, because the development of the indicator is really to help every city as a guidance. Not to say, oh, okay, we're going to have this and this. But the impact study is important, because when we have the input, we have to have the output. We have to see how effective that is. So from the first question for you will be, from your own experience, how would you advise us to, when we further formulate the index?
No. I think that there are two different problems. One problem is to measure the impact of a concrete event. That is one question, and that, of course, has different demands. So the city wants something very spectacular to make a pre-release and say that the event has been very big and the multipliers and so on. This is one question that is very tactical approach to the. There is another approach that is more strategical. This is more in the line of the index, an index where you can compare with the same data in between cities and in a dynamic way, not only a photo in one moment and see. And from the strategic point of view, it's more interesting, of course, the approach of the index, no? I think that the index is very useful here, but when we scale up the index to cities that are not in Taiwan, probably we will find a lot of problems to find the same data with the same quality, with the same reliability, and so on. But I think that the approach of the index is a very splendid approach, magnificent approach, and I think that draws very well all the dimension of the power of design in the cities.
Yes, yeah, everyone.
So what I actually read from Pau's presentation is that there's a temporal issue with measurement. So the economic data, the economic analysis, you can see after 1 year in the short term, but the social impact and the social analysis, you're not going to see for maybe 3, 4, 5, 10 years down the line what the actual social impacts are. So we're trying to measure all of these outcomes with the same temporal patterns, but actually the impacts might take longer for different types of measures. Would you agree to that?
Yes, completely. So, and we can measure in 1 year this kind of tourism impact, but the change of the content of design of the regional economic structure, probably we will do that, but we need to wait because the regional accounts, next year we will have data from 2023. And we can measure exactly the contents of design because we have the measure previously, and if next year we will have the contents of the science of the regional economic structure in the region of Valencia. So, and we will measure if there is some changes or not. See if the World Design Capital ignites something in the global regional economic structure.
So I wouldn't believe your statistical significance of the negative social impact just yet. I think I'm going to wait for a few years to see what the outcomes are.
Yes, I do agree. There's one other aspect that Pau mentioned, which really intrigued me. Was, you have a special focus on the, establishing a culture city. I think every city is different. We should try to leverage its uniqueness to enforce its identity, even to find what's the real DNA for the city. So to prioritize your public policy in the city development. So could you explore that more? I know you have done a good job, but try to...
Yes, I think that, of course, there are different models of cities, but always, in fact, in this article that we show in the presentation, we measure exactly the contribution of each of one dimension in the improvement of the labor productivity of 50 cities in Europe. So the cities are different, and the combination of the heritage, the contribution of heritage, smart and creatives could be different, but all cities have some kind of combination between these three dimensions, and I think this model is a good model to analyze the composition of the cities and the relevance of each of these dimensions. Of course, there are more cities that depend more, we can say, in the heritage dimension, like Rome, and other cities that can depend more in this approach, more smart between the connection. That could be some Helsinki or some other, or in Latvia, some cities. But there is always a combination of these three dimensions, and I think it's a very useful model to analyze the cities.
Yeah, there's another chart I noticed. There's a chart, you put a lot of cities there. I noticed that Bilbao was actually below the average line, and your city is just under average. So I was kind of surprised, but that raised another important issue: is after the big events, how to keep city moving forward? Because Bilbao, maybe a few years ago, was so famous, everyone wanted to take a look at the Guggenheim Museum and all of that. But if the drive doesn't, it doesn't add up, that you're dropped. So what, that's open to everyone. From your personal experience in the past, how we keep the city moving forward. The drive is always there. With the events, of course, it's great. It gives the city new branding, new status quo, but it may drop again.
So for our designation, we didn't think of it just as festivals. I think in Valencia, there were a lot of festivals and events. We actually started with, what do we want our legacy to be? How do we actually institute change? And what we did was we created these design to action networks, and these networks focus on 6 focus areas. So health and well-being is a focus area, planning and placemaking, youth and education. And then we brought together the academics, the private sector, the community-based organizations to actually come together and collaborate on impact projects. And those design to action networks, these relationships that we've created, will continue on after the year. So I think you have to create the relationships, you have to create the ecosystem for change. It's not just about one event or a series of events, but it's actually leaving a lasting legacy of change. And we started with that idea, with the hopes that we will continue this for the next decade or so.
Let's move on and move back. And for Anna, I really enjoy your talk. From my interpretation, your talk is about, sorry. I'm not used to being in a karaoke or something. I don't know how to hold my microphone. Okay, and from my reading or interpretation of your presentation, I feel there's a lot to do with a change of mindset of doing things. So you mentioned, even without really saying it, but there's a lot of value-oriented approach and innovative-oriented approach. I think to have the value, I mean, so sometimes the reason I enjoy your talk is sometimes we focus too much on how things are done, but why we do this? Are we going to improve something, and then we have to think out of the box and have different ways? Just like in the morning, Professor Kimbell, also, yeah, it's also a similar approach. I think that's for a person from Taiwan or from the eastern side, it's like, oh, because we are used to this top-down approach. But a lot of those are the establishment is almost like invasive from bottom up too, with a high-level superstructure. But the approach is a little bit different. Could you share your experience from this perspective?
Yeah, one of the discussions that we were having over lunch was about how do you embed a design mindset in government. The key thing I would say firstly is that it's a journey. But you know, in the same way in the UK, it's been a top-down approach getting design into government. But the reason that you know, the government took the decision to embed design is because about 15 years ago, they took a decision that they wanted you know, all digital services, all public services to be digital. And actually, they're still on a journey. They've identified the 75 top services in UK government, and over time, that was the first wave of services that were digitalised. And they also recognised the skill set involved in that digital transformation. Due to advocacy from various groups, design was part of that skill set from the beginning. If design hadn't been part of that skill set 15 years ago, this would be a very different landscape. And as a result of you know, a growing number of designers working in government, so now there are almost 4,000 designers working in UK government. Interaction designers, service designers, graphic designers, user researchers, and there are about 20 people with the official job title of policy designer. And there's one person with the job of speculative designer in UK government. And this has been a journey. It wasn't something that happened overnight. And so this was about a number of demonstrator projects in different government departments. But also creating a sense of competition between government departments. So as an example, we have a digital maturity assessment, and our UK tax office is the most digitally enabled department. And as an example, one of the government departments that I've been working with most often, which is the Foreign Office, is nearer the bottom of the list. And that sense of competition is really important because, you know, government departments want to be delivering on government outcomes, and they want to be able to say they're the most digitally enabled department in government. And it's not a coincidence that the biggest policy lab in UK government is in the tax office, and that they have one of the largest numbers of designers in the tax office.
Great, thank you. I'll come back to you when we have more issues in common. I would like to ask Mai, I really enjoy a city with a story. The way you describe a city, because I personally think that there's a good city, you know, it's very functional, very productive, you know, GDP is very high. But it's a city with charm, with a lot of memories, with a lot of you know, city is for everyone's life. It's not for, you know, the government to show how much money they earn, how high the GDP is. It's really for everyday life, for everybody. So I truly believe that the city should have a story. And the way you present your city is not only one city, but it's about San Diego and Tijuana. So that makes me think, wow, it's about two cities divided physically by a border, but they're not divided, they're actually connected. So in every event, every interventions or every collaboration you're trying to do is how to divide, how to reconnect them or to enforce the connection. So do you think, imagine that next year in your city's exposition or as a world design capital, will that be a big thing that will educate other cities or cities in, we've seen like today, the Professor Ishii, he keeps talking about, I think, the wars, the separation, the loneliness, but your cities are doing the opposite. So how to showcase your achievement in connecting two cities, will that be a big thing? And what kind of events or what is in your mind?
It's certainly a big theme of ours to have events on both sides of the border, but also events where people are crossing, both sides at the same time. So, San Diego's going to Tijuana, and Tijuanans coming to San Diego. And a lot of people around the world have told me, we're looking at you to see how you do it. How do you live symbiotically together, even though there is this geopolitical border? And I would say that although you saw my presentation that there is this interconnectedness, it's sometimes very hard. And one of the difficulties is that people from Tijuana come to San Diego all the time. They come for shopping. Some of their kids go to school in San Diego. They work in San Diego, but not a lot of San Diegans can say that they go to Tijuana regularly. So it's often a one-sided relationship, and we're trying to change that. And I think that part of it is educating people in America about Tijuana. They hear things, they hear that there's crime, there's issues, they don't know where to go if they cross the border. And so there's a lot of misperception even among our local population, right? So it's not just globally, but it's even among people who live in California, they have misperceptions of what is happening in Tijuana. And I think that we have this real opportunity with next year, which is less than a month away, to actually highlight how and normalize relationships and crossing the border and going over to Tijuana for dinner if you want to. And so we're gonna try to make it so that we'll just highlight, I think, ways in which you can do that more seamlessly and connect more seamlessly across the border.
Yeah, I think that seamlessly is the key, because just like all the greatest smart device, you don't feel you're being watched or something. So that really doesn't show as an intrusion. I think that is the highest vision.
And who invent this conception of the two cities? From where came the idea of the two cities?
So we thought that we would just put San Diego in as the bid. And then once we started talking to community members, community-based organizations, foundations even that, give money, they said, this has to be a binational bid because you can't ignore the Tijuana design community. They have a very strong graphic design community and also more industrial design in Tijuana, and that's not a strength of ours in San Diego. So there would be a big hole in how we would define design if we didn't include Tijuana.
Yeah, I would like to ask all of you to think about something about the baseline, because we're doing the design power index. That means we have to have some baseline to compare, right? So the baseline can be from any cities, or with the best practice, or with the best practice, but with the consideration of contextualize, and then have the weighting or something. But then I would say that when we go into further study, we'll encounter the problem of how to establish the baseline case. Because then that means every country, every city from World Design Organization needs to collaborate with the big data or whatever data they can share. So that is the goal, I think. And then so you can have some time to prepare, say, oh, I'll come back to you guys. Say, from your experience, because we start from scratch. Of course, some cities has a lot of information, some cities don't. So how to really start from a workable model or method that we can gradually build this up and then use that to modify or to enhance the working model, the superstructure. Okay, I'll come back to you. And then I'll leave the important and difficult question to Professor Liu, because I have the good fortune to work with Professor Liu, and I think he is very open-minded and very smart to put things in a very complicated way, and then in a very short time.
I agree, very smart.
Yeah, so I would like you to share your odyssey or your journey in the past month. After you first got the mission, you even say in your presentation there are several stages of modeling or modification or enhancement or something. So could you share with us your experience and how to move such a good result, kind of partial result or kind of pure, kind of for this stage and move forward? As you always say, next. What's next?
That's actually a really tough question. Yeah, I think it's too big of a question for me.
May I answer the question? I really want to share, actually it's my own insight for doing this job. I want to take the metaphor of a person's, career life. If we say that, oh, this guy, lead a very good life. He's healthy. He's happy. So can we take the theory of development to describe a city? Yeah, this city is healthy. This city is happy. So I identify some, metaphor that a city have a culture and have a technology. The culture like the mindset, like the brain, like the meaning-seeking system. And the technology part, something more contributed to the functionality. So it's a soul and the body, mind and the body. I think it is a dual route model, okay? And I want to contribute a theory of the humanistic psychology that you are becoming to an ideal self. So the city always is becoming to an ideal city. And you can check, are you happy or are you, in a good condition, like economic condition, or, the context something. So this is my journey. And, why I say that, if you say that a WDC, it's event-driven. It's just like your life. Your life always a critical instant, right? Inspire you, I have to change you. I work hard for my future, something. So this is the idea of resilience of city, or city resilience, external, internal. And I think that a design will be a basic capability seek for a creative solution of what you confronted in your current life. So, I actually use the same definition of the design thinking, that's a creative problem solving. But we are discussed at the city level. So this is all my understanding now. But however, I'm engaged, as you see, that to transform this romantic idea to be a science that we can measure that, we can predict that, and we can, well operationalize our strategy to, enhance our target. But however, it's not so science. It's a story. You know what I mean? Just like you ask a lot, it's a storytelling. What is still a collective perception of our life, and what the infrastructure the city provide to the people living in that area. This is my what you say the baseline of the journey of the developing city design power. You satisfied?
Yeah. Okay, I think that because what I find today's whole day is so exciting is because we're talking about the frontier of design research. And then we're trying to explore new grounds or break new grounds. So when you become part of the pioneering group, and you feel excited, and you feel you're rejuvenated. At least I feel rejuvenated. Okay, so go back to Pau. You sit there for a while. So from your experience, how do you think the further development of the design power index can benefit from your experience? In principle, I think it's fine.
Well, in fact, we have just finished a PhD work from a young researcher that is included in a European project, where we, through machine learning and causal forest, we estimated the impact of cultural and creative sectors over social variables like health, measured in life expectancy, pollution, social cohesion, civic engagement, measured in political participation, and so on. And the results are very, very consistent and very, very robust. So we can now estimate for each region of Europe which is the impact of the variation of the cultural and creative sectors. Now, with that results, we are going to try, but it's at regional level. It's not city level, but regional level. With that result, we are going to estimate to remake the database only with the data of designers, of workers in the design sectors, in the code of designers, and see which are the results of this approach. That could be a good, to analyze this gap between the outcomes and the impacts that could inform the index, the design index, to see if at least in Europe, well, we have the data for all OCDE countries, not for all the world, but at regional level. So we can use and we can get insights of this process. It's not easy to estimate the workers in design sectors in all the regions of Europe, but it's feasible.
Yes. So I know we've talked a lot about complicated data collection and analysis, and TDRI is doing very impressive work with all of their modeling. But I think it's a lot more simple, what makes a good city. I think we're making it way too complicated. I think what makes a good city is that people have choices. They have choices on how to move around the city. If they want to bike, they can bike because there's safe bike lanes. If they want to drive, they can drive because they can afford a car. They have the ability to choose their doctors, right? Choice in jobs, choice in education. And it's when we strip our residents, our population of the choices, that's when you can tell that a city is not healthy. A city is not providing what the residents need. And I think that if we just allowed and provided individuals, families with more options and choice, then that's the measure of a good city.
Yeah. There is a very popular textbook of counseling psychology. There is a very, how do you say that, the popular handbook, textbook of the counseling psychology. The title is, I Never Know, I Got a Choice. So, I like this idea. But if you want to detail that, how to create a city or environment that anyone in that city have a choice. You are jumping into the sophisticated mechanism. No, I'm kidding.
Okay, we have opened sorry.
So I just wanted to ask, is there an ambition, because obviously at the moment it's a very comprehensive model, is there an opportunity for a light version? Because there'll be lots of cities who won't be able to collect that data. So in an ideal world, there would be a comprehensive set of data for multiple cities with that comprehensive model. But maybe can we have like a light model, a simple version for the cities that just simply will not be able to collect that data?
Yes, we do. We develop a light version. We call it the traffic light. Yeah, so that's a self-evaluation model, kind of an indicator. So you can give it to the cities. They can evaluate even just from their own idea. We still itemize different category, but it's very basic, generic category that we feel that's the elements to be a good city. And then they can evaluate to see whether it's in green light or in red lights or yellow lights. They can prioritize and weave that into their policy.
I just want to respond to you. What means the simplicity or what means the complexity, okay? AI is very powerful because it's the algorithm base. If you will define the problem, okay, they can process sophisticated data. But our human being always intuitive. We are heuristic-based rather than the algorithm-based. So we are very good in dealing with the ill-defined situation. We always have an intuitive feeling, not the feeling after calculation. I want to say that you can, communicate your city to people that with a very simple impression. Is that okay? But the behind mechanism maybe are very sophisticated. But it's okay. We have the science, we have technology, and to support that. So I think it's not a either-or issue. Right? It's how we look at the city, phenomena or the mechanism. Something.
So since we have opened the question from the audience, I think there's a really good question, and I'll just ask everyone. He said, it doesn't show the name. Okay, how can design communities in economically and politically disadvantaged countries promote the design industry and raise public awareness? Okay, I think that's a good question because I feel that sometimes a professional community society become kind of ivory tower. They think inwards, but then there's so many other cities, other countries, less privileged people, community, they probably need more help. In that case, what can we do? Besides, as you mentioned, a simple version, I think that can help, because they simply don't have digitized numbers, but they can still use that. But is there any from your own experience, like the Philippines? I've been to Philippines so many times. I designed a new town there. I never get built because of many problems. So there is a difference between how we think in Taipei, in really developed area or country or culture, how we think, and what maybe 2/3 of the rest of the world simply doesn't think that way. They don't have the chance to think that way. So in that case, what can we do to help those cities?
I don't have a very sophisticated answer to this question, but I think one of the things that really strikes me is that the design sector in the UK is very fragmented. There's a lot of very small design agencies, and there's huge opportunities to work with government, to work with businesses, but very often design agencies or small design agencies don't have the critical mass to be able to engage with businesses or with government. So, how can you support designers to form collectives, to be able to bid for work, with a company in a collective way? How can you provide them with, design leadership and design principles and easy how-to sustainable design guides to be able to have the expertise they need to be able to service businesses. So I don't have a really good answer to that question, but it's something that we ought to think more about.
So when I work in countries and in communities that are underserved, you have to be very, very careful about coming in as an outsider or coming in from a country that has more resources, because they may not want you there, or you may not understand the context. So for me, I always say that I need to be invited in. And when I get invited in to help, I try to bring resources with me so that we are co-designing, that it's really community-driven, and it's not somebody from the outside coming in to say that we're going to fix your community for you. So I think that you have to be really, really careful about saying that design is going, we as designers are going to come in and fix your community. It has to be driven by those communities.
Actually, that reminds me of one issue you mentioned. In your plan, you also have community design, that involvement. So I think you probably, or we can expect next year, like 1 month from now. Good luck. So we see not only top-down approach. Top-down approach sometimes one thing, but really it's the grassrooted. I think that's the hard part. Top-down, events, firecrackers, 1 year or two. But only when you're deep-rooted into the society, into the community, and that's what's important. It's almost like then all the nutrition will go through the body. So I think that will be the goal. One of our goals is not to only to provide some superstructure kind of indicator. But then through the study, we find more experienced and to more flexible and to be more sensitive to the city that really needs it, right? So we can tell them what's the discrepancy of their city, what can they can grow when they don't have enough resource, they can prioritize them. So I think that's what we can learn from each other, from all the events, from the different world capital. So your experience will be so important. And there's one you admire, Professor Koster, he or she mentioned specifically. He said, Professor Koster, what is the definition of variation labor? I don't know what.
Sorry?
Variation labor. How do we interpret the plot between labor productivity and the variation labor?
Variation of labor productivity, how changed from 2008 and 2022, I think was the last data, 2020. So how this labor productivity increase in this period? So which the cities that are up, that means that they increase the good performance of the city in this period. So variation.
I hope I'll explain it. Okay, there's another one. Yeah. Okay, yeah, open means that, right? Okay, these are all written, there's several of them. I'll just choose. Why do we open first? And then, because there's so many. So you guys must be very popular. So many questions. Yeah, a lot of questions. Okay. Yeah, a lot of questions. Yeah. So, your side.
Many lessons to learn.
Okay, there's one question, maybe only Taiwanese Professor can answer. He said, in Taiwan, is limited tolerance for trial and error, even though the design impact can be measurable. How do you think about that?
This is a very good question. That if we if you guys know the Living Lab program in Europe, that actually the real, implementation of the city strategy, there's a limited tolerance of the, the consequence of fail program. So, actually in TDRI, I'm promoting the Living Lab 2.0, that not everything is implemented, or try and error, doing the experimental test of the policy in the real field. Maybe we have a simulated scenario can tolerate the failure of the try and error. So, I want to respond to yes, and I don't think it's only happen in Taiwan. However, we can, have a better method to test the strategy effect.
Okay. Any more?
I'll just add that that's true of, I think, any country, that a lot of times we don't want to fail. And that culture of allowing people to fail or try out new things or experiment or prototype something new has to come from the top. Like, Dr. Liu saying, we have a living laboratory and we are okay with experimenting. You have to build that culture. You have to reinforce that. You have to encourage it. And that's something that I do in my design lab all the time, is to say, look, this isn't the final version. Perfection, you don't want to be perfect. We want to get to good enough and then we can iterate. But it is a constant creation of a culture that supports that.
Yeah. And I want to, share that the literature indicate that if an organization have the culture of the error, tolerance, they always inspire the creativity. Okay, and CY, here program with the Hong Kong government, they promoting the positive education, meaning that encourage a student and teacher to have a positive attitude toward the learning mistake or something, because they just want to have a more positive attitude that you learn from the mistake, right? So you even can recognize you make a mistake, meaning that you should be better than before. So it's a mindset. It's a growth mindset rather than the fixed mindset. So I think the culture will be, another part of this. The tolerance of the fail.
Okay, one last question because we're running out of time. There's one question asked specifically for Professor Liu. Who will be responsible for recording the data in this context? I actually will probably try to...
Who will be responsible? What?
Recording the data?
Yeah, because I can only read from the text. I cannot interpret or guess. So who asked this question? Because we're running out of time. So if you have urgent question, you can just raise your hand. Ask the question.
I have a question for Anna.
Okay.
So you talked about how the UK government has started to hire all of these designers, right? And there's 4,000 or so now. And since then, have you seen that there have been measurable changes and differences in the way in which government operates? So different measures of, change might be efficiency or equity or streamlining processes. Can you say that design has actually made measurable change in the UK government?
I think the key thing about design is it's always part of a multidisciplinary team. So I don't think you could ever fully attribute the cost savings to design alone. I think in the UK government, we are relatively good at multidisciplinary working. And so, the role of the designer as part of digitalizing UK public services will be part of, a much larger food chain. However, they have done a huge amount of work to on cost-saving exercises as part of digitalization, and I mean, the kind of stats wouldn't surprise you. But I think there's still work to be done on isolating the value of design in government, and really excitingly, both Lucy, Kimbell and I are part of a project which is being run by UK government right now, looking at trying to capture that impact. But we're coming across the same challenges that have been discussed here, so I'm not going to say that we've got a solution that's going to be ready-made, but it's trying to understand the specific context of the value of design in UK government, and that's something that we increasingly need to prove as the UK government develops its maturity in design, and the questions get harder, as there are more designers in government.
Okay, we have 3 minutes left. Paul, could you start from you, and everyone say some words to the others?
Well, I think that we have big problems in contemporary societies, and I think that design is a good solution. So in this sense, it's a good antibiotic, but we need to know better how to use this medicine for contemporary societies.
I think my final thoughts are design in the public sector is a journey, but I would say have a go. And this issue of permission is a really important one, having the permission to experiment. But I would just say have a go.
I'm going to say I invite all of you to San Diego and Tijuana next year. So contact me if you're going to come. Check out our website, wdc2024.org. And then, I struggle with the idea that design is everything because I run an interdisciplinary design lab. And, we want to say design is everything. It's in public health, it's in urban planning. But then if it's everything, is it nothing? I mean, so this is a struggle that I have, and maybe somebody else can answer this question for me. If we want to attribute everything to design, then it just dilutes it and waters it down. So I think that we, as designers, need to figure out how to actually communicate design better.
Just I mentioned yesterday about AI and about the WTO New Hope, and I reflect upon the next. And I propose that the next enlightenment, 新的启蒙世代的来临. And the enlightenment meaning that people have a successful civilization ever just because they are well integrated the technology and the humanity. And I think the design can contribute well integrate elegantly the technology and the humanity for the better tomorrow. Include a better city. Yes.
When I was a practitioner, I designed many cities, new and old ones. I always feel that the process of designing a city is like a journey. Through the journey, we get to know the city, we get to know the people, but more importantly, we get to know ourselves. So I think I encourage everyone to see this is the beginning of our own journey, to explore what's the potential, what are the challenge, what can we do in a big way or small ways. Okay, thank you very much for today.
Thank you, professors, for all of your insightful contributions. So please rise and take a step forward for a group photo together. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you for supporting us. Okay, the first camera here in the front and smile. Okay, great. The second camera. Okay, one more. Wonderful. Thank you once again. Thank you. Okay. One more photo. Okay, welcome our distinguished guests to join the photo together. Okay, thank you once again. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, the International Forum on New Frontiers in Design Research has come to an end. Thank you so much for all of your participation today. We appreciate the presence of all distinguished guests, and we would like to invite you to scan the QR code on the screen to provide your valuable comments, as your feedback will be highly appreciated and will be the driving force for our growth. Thank you once again. Have a wonderful day, and see you next time. Goodbye.